Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumble, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What's good, everybody? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Ball League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I .Lindara. Things to help you to enhance your streaming experience. As far as being a content creator and of your channel. Or your Twitch channel. Whichever one you prefer. Also, make sure to check out Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina for a tasty sub on game day or celebrating your Panthers win on Victory Monday or any other day of the week. If you happen to be out in Spartanburg, South Carolina, go check them out. Go tell them we said hi. You know, tell them you came from us. And they will be glad to hook you up. Of course, you got to pay for your own food and drinks. But we are more than happy to support such an amazing business and amazing people. We are not sponsored by anybody. Just FYI. But go check out Vinny's Pizza in Duluth, Georgia as well. Love their pizza. Is the best Italian pizza you will ever eat in your life in the Southeast. I mean, like, wow. It's incredibly good. You know, go tell them we sent you. Tell them we told you. Tell them that we held true to our word, and we have been promoting your business on our channel. I don't know how far that'll go, but, you know, who knows, right? I think they're awesome people. It is in Falcons territory, of course, but, you know, still. Hey, if we can get a little slice of pizza heaven out in Duluth, Georgia, as part of our territory, we would love to have it. You know what I mean? As Panther fans. But, hey, how is everybody doing today? It is the quarterly review of the Carolina Panthers throughout the year. We do about 4 reviews a year during the regular season. Just to check on how the team is doing. You know, what we're doing. You know, where is our success ratio? You know, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Do we have playoff chances? You know, around the 4th time of doing this, you know, are we making progress? You know, that's really the main thing. Are we on target with our goals? You know, with this team and the franchise that we have set for the beginning of the year. And I gotta tell you, after this Rams game, we are right on target. I'm excited to say that because this team really has exceeded my expectations this year. In that way, talent-wise. I did say that we had enough talent to take it to the playoffs, and who knows, maybe win a game in the playoffs. I don't think we'll go further than that, but, you know, if we do, hey, you exceeded my expectations again. And I'm happy with that. So, this team really, we've showed a lot of tenacity and a lot of backbone this year. We've got the entire media confused. They don't know who this team is. That's the crazy part. They don't know what to expect from us. And that's exactly why we have the advantage going into the playoffs. Because here's the thing. When you were an unpredictable team going into the playoffs, they don't know whether you're hot, whether you're not, what you're going to do. Whether you're going to come out flat, whether you're going to play well. They have to prepare for both scenarios. And that's exactly what Tampa's going to have to do, you know, when we play them in Charlotte. And I'm going to say this as clearly as I can. That game will be a win. I don't know how much clearer I can put this. That game will be a win. It must be a win. We have to get it. You know, in order for our playoff chances to succeed. Isaiah Isaac, welcome to the stream. He says, great win to go into the bye week. Now we have to watch the Buccaneers and hope they get upset by the Saints. I think there's a better chance of them getting upset by the Falcons. And here's why I say that. Because the Falcons have been known to upset a couple of teams this year. even as trash as the Falcons have been, um, and let's be real, these guys are choke artists. They have been known to drop some teams that are in the playoff hunt. Let me try to bring that up on screen. They've got 4 wins for a reason. They actually beat the Bills 24-14 earlier this year, and the Bills have been susceptible to some upsets. Washington, they've pretty much knocked out of the playoffs. The Vikings, they've knocked out of the playoffs. And, I mean, they did get that win over the Saints, which I actually didn't win money off of. But I'm not going to talk about that on stream because it's Twitch. So I can't go too far with that. But, yes, I did win some money off that. I'm not going to say how much, but yes. But yeah, the Falcons team that actually came within 3 points of the Jets last week. Just this past week. They came within 3 points of beating us too. Be aware. This is a tough, resilient Falcons team that is hung in there against a lot of these opponents. Against the Colts, 31-25. You know what I mean? Against the Patriots, 24-23. So, it's not impossible for the Falcons to come up with an upset over the Buccaneers. I think they've got a much better shot than the Saints do, because the Saints got blown out by the Falcons. So my whole thing is, and we just blew out the Falcons both times. So my whole thing is like, I do believe that the Falcons, out of the two, have the better shot at getting the upset. And I'll show you on screen what that's going to mean in just a minute. Dolphins are sneaky up on the teams now. Yes, they are. And another team you should watch out on upset alert for is the Giants. Why do I say that? Because every single one of these losses has been within 10 points. You watch the Giants, it's been impressive. They have hung in there, except for the Patriots game. With the exception of the Patriots game where they got blown out 33-15. And the Patriots just showed us right there, they made a statement like, okay, yeah, this is a soft schedule, but we are handling our business. You know what I mean? And that's the statement that they should be making right now if they want to be taken seriously. But you look at some of these scores. Let me put them up on screen for you guys. Hold on. Because y'all need to see this. Some of this stuff is important. Hold on, Streamlabs is not being... It's not being a friend right now. Give me 1 second. You got a friend in me. Come on, Streamlabs. You're not being a friend to me right now. I'm going to show you guys something else too, because I want to show you guys how the league is reacting to this Rams upset too. Because that was wild. I don't think anybody predicted that happening. There we go. Alright. So, as we look through this Falcons timeline here, you're looking at a 40-37 loss to the Cowboys. You're looking at, and I'm just pointing out the close games. You got a 33-32 loss to the Broncos. You actually beat the Eagles. But the Eagles having a trash week. They were playing like crap. And then they took a 18-point loss against them the second time around. So, Giants. The New York Football Giants. Look at this. Only 10-point loss to the 49ers. Only a 4-point loss to the Bears, who are number 1 seed right now. A 7-point loss to the Packers. Lions score 30. They're on the verge of getting an upset against somebody in this last group. Who is it going to be? I think it could either happen. I think they're going to beat the Raiders. I think that's going to happen. But, yeah, regardless, because the Raiders are that terrible. But, check this out. I think they're going to actually get the win against the Commanders this time. And Week 18 is vulnerable as well with the Cowboys because they're going to be subbing in people. Now, will the Cowboys still be in the wild card race at Week 18? Very much so. So, this is a major opportunity for the Giants to take the Cowboys out of the playoffs. Or be one of the teams that helps do it. I don't see it happening, though. It depends on how many subs come in Week 18 because Week 18 is so unpredictable when it comes to subbing in and out. So, it could get real interesting there. But I think if you're going to see an upset, it's going to be between these two teams, the Commanders and Vikings, right away. But yeah, Giants are on upset alert for me. They've been on upset alert all year. It's just they haven't been able to pull it off. But now with the playoffs and crunch time, if there's a team in here that feels like they're too comfortable, in that playoff race, which there isn't this time around. But like I said, it could be the Cowboys. They could play a terrible game in Week 18 because of the subs in. You just never know. If the Cowboys have locked up a wild card spot, they could get a little too cocky here and hand the Giants the third win. Who knows? I mean, I've seen crazier things happen on Week 18. I've seen wilder things happen. It's a weird year in the NFL. It really is. Where you got all these division leaders that are within like 2 games of each other. And that's never happened in NFL history before. So, honestly, that's a weird feeling for me. And I am so happy as a Panthers fan that we are right in the mix, of that. And not behind the lines, waiting for our opportunity for once, and playing like crap and doing all the stupid things that we usually do. It's not like that this year. Like, we know we've got the talent. We know we've got the skilled players. We know we have what we need, and we're going in and we're attacking. We're not just standing by. We're actually attacking these teams, as you saw against the Rams. So, it's not just, oh, yeah, well, this team punched us in the mouth, we punched them in the mouth, they punched us in the mouth, we punched them in the mouth, type thing on the football field, hypothetically, and we're not like the typical Panthers team where we lay down and just give up. If you're in a boxing ring and you go in there, you want to keep throwing haymakers, right? That's what you want to do. You want to come back. You want to stay in the fight. You want to last for 7 rounds. And that's exactly what this team is doing. We're lasting for the 7 rounds. Very impressed with what this team is doing so far. We've shown a lot of discipline, consistency, shown everything that we really need to show. And looking at the, coming off the bye week, I think once we get everybody healthy, we're going to be a very, very dangerous going into the Saints game. Now, I don't want this team to get cocky. That's the problem. We tend to get cocky when we get big wins like this, and then we come into the next one, and then we choke. We come out swinging, we attack, go attack mode, and then we choke. And it's just been a pattern of that this season. So what I need to see is this time win out. Get hot as a team. Now is the time for us to turn up. Because we are right on the doorstep of the playoffs. Right on the doorstep. We're almost there. We're almost ringing that doorbell, man. You know? And asking to be let in. All we need to do is show a little more consistency. If you beat the Saints, handle your business in Charlotte against Tampa, the Seattle game might not matter. Because if we can get both wins against Tampa, the Seattle game shouldn't matter. That's where we're at right now. And I'll show you why I say that. We're going to go into the playoff machine. Hold up. And for those that don't know what I'm doing, this is playoff machine. I'm using the V2 playoffpredictors.com one. So this is very interesting. Let me see. Are y'all able to see stuff on Twitch? Yes or no? Because I feel like, yeah. Okay, it updated. Sweet. Alright. I didn't know whether it did or not. I know it did on YouTube. Because I'm looking at YouTube, but I didn't know if it did on Twitch. But I'm dual streaming today for the people on Twitch. Because I just want to show you guys kind of what we do on this YouTube channel. This is my primary channel, is on YouTube. And for the people on Twitch, it's Keep Pounding 3869. Again, that's Keep Pounding 3869. All one word. You know, no spaces. So if you're looking to join up with the Panthers YouTube channel and talk sports with us in a while. So, you know, welcome all to all the Twitch people as well. I want to show love to you guys too. But really, I just wanted to show you guys on Twitch what we do. You know, so you have an idea of what we do main content wise. And why we focus on that channel mainly. Because it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of energy and it's a lot of information to process sometimes. We just finished up week 13. So here's the interesting part. We're going into week 14. This is a bye week for us. But yeah, if you're on Twitch and you want to join up on YouTube, please do like, sub, and hit the bell so you don't miss any content. If you would like to check out on Twitch. So if you're looking for gaming content, I am rarely ever over there anymore, but once I do get into the off season, I'll be streaming over there too, mainly. It'll be a split stream actually. We'll do both. We'll be streaming on both. But here's the interesting part. I've ran the simulation of this. Okay, so I do see the Cowboys beating the Lions this week. I think that could happen. The Lions have been susceptible to some upsets. So that's something to keep an eye on. But let's say the Lions win this game. Look at this. Cowboys are out. We're in for a wild card spot if we don't take the division in Tampa. This is big. Now, how did we get here? Watch this. All right, so you got the Bears and the Packers. The Packers are your other threat in the wild card chase. So if the Bears sweep the Packers, I don't see it happening, but if it does happen, that takes the Packers out of the hunt and puts us squarely in it with 10 wins. And this is just assuming that we drop the game in Tampa and we don't get it. But to the victor goes the spoils if we do get it. You see what I'm saying? Now, Seattle pretty much has that division wild card locked up at 12-5. You're not getting it. It's just not happening. And I think the 49ers have the second one locked up. So the question is the third one. That's where we are right in the mix. We're Dallas, Green Bay, and us at the end of this. So pay attention to these three teams specifically. All right, let's say the Lions pull this win off in Dallas. That knocks out Dallas. Green Bay. By some miracle, they somehow pull it off, right? And the other one is us, and we have a bye week. So, going into the next week, let's say the Falcons upset Tampa. That brings the Tampa Bay Buccaneers final record down to 10-7, 4-2 overall. If that's what that record would look like. So, the magic number for us is 10. If we can get 10, we can control our own destiny. As far as the wild card. You would like to see 11, but I don't see it happening. Alright, so, coming out of the bye, week 15. Alright, week 15. Falcons beat the Buccaneers. Let's call that one right there. Washington is pretty much out of the playoffs, so it doesn't matter there. Washington is probably going to beat the Giants. The Rams are going to beat the Lions. They're going to have that recovery game right there. The next two recovery games. Because the Rams are going to absolutely annihilate Arizona this coming week. I would not want to be Arizona right now. Trying to game plan for that team. And they're pissed right now. Ooh, boy. After that upset, oh yeah. The Rams are pissed. They're big mad. And they see that Cardinals team. Oh, man. Stafford's going to have a day and a half. So if you have him in fantasy, start him. I'm telling you right now. If you have him in fantasy this week, start him. You will not regret it. But I would not start him against the Lions. Yeah, he's going to beat the Lions, but I would not start him there. Because the Lions do have a handful of talented players on their defense. So, we beat the Saints. We handle our business there. Cowboys beat the Vikings. That's how they get to a point of 9-7. Now, Green Bay has Denver. Green Bay will lose to Denver. I have an upset brewing with the Seahawks over the Colts. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. But I got a strong, sneaky suspicion Seahawks are going to win that game. And if I'm right, I'm going to check the betting line on that. But I think there's a very good chance of that in Week 15. The Colts are kind of dropping off a little bit. They're getting comfortable because they think they've got that lead sealed up. So they're dropping a couple of games. And that's a very dangerous time for Indianapolis, because when you see a dangerous team like Seattle coming up, you better take that team seriously. Otherwise, you will be cooked. Because Sam Darnold ain't playing right now. This man has come to win games. He has come to take your wallet, your keys, everything. So, watch out for Seattle. I'm trying to tell you, that dude is a straight thief. He is stealing wins right now in Seattle. Alright, so let's assume all of this happens. Alright? Let's go to week 16. Week 16, we beat Tampa and Charlotte. We take care of our business. You know? By some miracle, see it happening again. I don't, because they do have the stronger team. However, that game is in Seattle. That's going to be a tough game to predict. Which is going to make it fun for the betting lines. And also for fantasy people. So I'm not sure how that's going to go. It could come down to 3 to 7 points. Anywhere from 3 to 7. Whoever wins it. It's going to be ball control. It's going to be clock management. It's going to be who is smarter with the ball as far as protecting the ball. So that's going to be a tight game. That's going to be game of the week right there for me. It is the Rams in Seattle in weeks 16. So let's assume the Bears somehow pull off this miracle. Okay? That takes Green Bay out of the running. We got our win against Tampa, therefore we got 10 wins. The rest of this really doesn't matter. Except for this one. The Chargers beating Dallas. And this is Dallas choking again. This is Dallas choking again, ladies and gentlemen. Because they've been doing it all year. In important games, they have been choking. They have been playing bad. So, I see Justin Herbert having a good day against that Dallas defense. And it's going to be a long day if you're a Dallas defender against that Chargers offense. You're going to have to put up just as many points as they are, which means Dak needs to be on his A game yet again. He has to carry that team in week 16, otherwise you have zero chance. Yeah, the Chargers will end up being stopped for a few drives, but for the most part, you're going to see Justin Herbert just doing his thing against that Cowboys defense. And I just don't see it going any other way, really. Unless Herbert has a bad day and Dak Prescott takes over and gets like a 14-point lead on him. That game could go either way for a variety of reasons. So that's a very important game. Why is that important for us? Because if Dallas wins that game, 10 wins. And we're out, wild card wise. So, I'm going to point out the games that I feel are the most important for us to pay attention to. And we're going to be doing like live reactions to specific games coming up that I'm pointing out right here, because this is critical. We want that door open for case we get our shot. You know, and we can't take the division. You're not beating San Francisco. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. San Fran's getting 11 wins, regardless. You know, The only team that'll beat them is the Colts at this point. The Colts have enough firepower to do that. But you go looking through here, with the 49ers, you got where are the Niners at? No, they have a bye week as well this week. They have a bye week as well. Okay, so yeah, there they are. Titans, trash. Titans are a trash team. They're not losing to the Titans. Come on. Now, they could get beaten, but that could be slightly possible, considering how the Bears are playing this year. I don't want to presume on that one, because I do think that San Fran has more talent than Chicago does. But that could happen. And let's say it does. Then we are looking at a 10-win 49ers team. Guess who else has 10 wins at this point? Us. So, if the Cowboys, let's say in week 16, the Cowboys somehow win this game, it is a 3-all battle for that last wild card spot. And if Green Bay gets involved in this, shoot. Let's say Green Bay gets involved in this. Hold on. There it is. If Green Bay gets involved in this, you're looking at the Rams at the top of the NFC West, first of all. Niners would be 10-7. Packers would be 10-6 and 1. Cowboys would be 10-6 and 1. We're 10-7. This is why that first Saints game mattered. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's why it mattered. That's why I was at that game. Because I knew the stakes of what this was going to cost us later on. I ran the playoff simulations. I know. Okay? That's why I was pissed off when I left. Because that is a game we should not be losing. Because that cost us an opportunity to tie with the Green Bay Packers and the Cowboys without a tiebreaker game. Without a tie game. We didn't have that. Both of these teams did. Let me show you something. What if it's a weird freaking scenario, but what if? Okay, we get the Jets there. Week 8, week 9. What if we had won that game? Look at this, 11-6, and guess what? Division title. That's how important that Saints game was. Are y'all seeing this now? This is why I was there. I bought tickets. I was there. I was butt in seat for that Saints game. So yeah, that's why I'm really pissed off at that Saints game. And it cost us way more than we think it did. Now, are we totally out though? No. But had we won that Saints game, we would have complete control of our destiny. Packers are 10-6, 10-6 and 1. Cowboys 10-6 and 1. 49ers 10-7. That's how crazy this could have gotten. I'm just trying to tell you. That's why those mid-season games are very, very important, especially division ones. If you don't get those wins, it's going to cost you down the stretch. So let's go ahead and match that up as it was. Okay. So now we are where we are. Let me read these comments real quick. Heels Rules 1981 says, could the home game with the Bucks on the 21st get flexed to Sunday night? It's possible. It is very possible. When you get into those types of battles for division titles, oftentimes they are flexed. We've had 1 o'clock games get flexed to 4:30. If you guys remember the 2015 season, that Bucks game at the last game of the year, that got flexed to 4:30. And I actually went to that game back in 15. So, yeah, when you're talking about division title runs and home playoff spots, you know, where everybody is going to be in the seeding, yeah, that can get flexed around. So I can definitely see that get flexed. As far as Sunday night, I don't know. Like I said, it was TBD on the website. They have not scheduled like the time for the official kickoff for that game yet. But now it's starting to matter. It's getting down to crunch time. So I don't know if they put out the... Actually, let me check. Because last time I was on there, they haven't put it up. Maybe now it might be up. No, it's still TBD. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Seahawks TBD. So it's these two games that could get flexed right here. And we'll see how that rolls as far as seeding is concerned. Agree that the Saints game cost us any chance at the wild card. It's now division or bust. Oh, the wild card's still out there. We need a lot of help if we want the wild card and we don't get the division. It's still out there. But you need, and I'm running through the scenarios right now, you need a bear sweep of the Packers for starters. You're going to need the Cowboys to knock themselves out too. So if the Cowboys knock themselves out and you get a sweep of the Bears over the Packers, it's doable. The odds are highly against it. But is it possible? Yes. And right now, all this team needs is possible. All we need is a seat at the table. Because we can do a lot of damage if we just have a seat at the table. You know, so... Also, the 49ers have lost Hurst as well, because that's another wildcard team. Oh, yeah, the loss of the 49ers game. Yeah, that did hurt us a lot. Definitely. But it didn't hurt it. It didn't kill us, though. Like I said, we just need to win 2 of these West Coast teams games. We don't have to win all 3, but we can win 2 and get and become a major problem for teams. And we won 1 already, and I have full confidence we can beat Seattle too in our own stadium, because we have not lost in our own stadium. If you look at it, the Rams game was in our stadium. The Falcons game was in their stadium, which we won the last 2 times we played in Atlanta. When we went on the road to Green Bay, we beat Green Bay. When we went on the road to the Jets, we beat the Jets. We played at home against the Falcons, we won. So, I mean, our home record is looking real nice this year. So let's kind of tally that up as far as home games. 1, 2, 3. 4. 4 home games wins so far versus on the road wins. You're looking at one against the Jets, one against the Packers, that's 2, 3 against the Falcons, and we're about to get another one against the Saints, so that's 4. So it'll be 4-4 based on home versus road record as far as wins are concerned. Predicted record for us is 10 wins, where I just have that weird feeling we dropped this game in Tampa. And I don't like that, man. I have that unsettling feeling. And I don't want to bring that type of energy to Carolina right now. But the thing is, like, if we're following the trends, I have that weird feeling, guys. I have that weird feeling. Y'all remember that Steve Wilkes game that we dropped against Tampa Bay? Like, man, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that this game is the determining one in Tampa Bay. You know, if it was in Charlotte, we would have it. No question we would have it. Because the way we're playing right now, you know, I would rather have that away Tampa game before I would have the home one. Based on what we're doing with. Because I know that if we go into a home game against Tampa, last game of the season and the playoffs are on the line, we will win. We will win. Because this team plays so dominantly at home against division opponents when we're trying to make the playoffs. When we've got the talent. And we have ourselves put together. You know what I mean? Like, the last time that happened was in 2015. And we already had the number 1 seed locked up. We already had, you know, all the playoff scenarios. We had everything. So, I mean, now that we've got at least like a fourth of that talent right now, that we're rolling with right now, you know, I'd say maybe half of that talent now. That talent level that we had in 15. Some people might disagree with that as far as where they think we were at on the scale, and that's okay. You know, it's okay to disagree. You know, if you feel like we have more talent than that, that's cool. But comparing this team to 2015, I feel like we have half the talent that they had. Because we're not fully put together yet. When we're fully put together, I see it being about 7/10 or 8/10 of what we had in 2015. Because you're never going to find another Greg Olsen. You're never going to find another Thomas Davis or Luke Kuechly, you know. So, I mean, it's tough to find those types of calibers of players. So that's why I say 7/10, 8/10 is fair, you know. But as far as the rest of the talent on the team, absolutely. We match. We're kind of reminding me of Josh Norman a little bit, you know, during this last game. So my thought is that's where we're at. You know, and that's the goal, is to try to match that by the time we hit the Super Bowl, you know, if we're able to get in. You know, where is our talent level versus the 2015 team? And we want a good measure of that before we go into the Super Bowl and say, oh, hey, yeah, we have this level of talent. You know, and we can say, yes, we have a confident shot at winning. Did we fill all of our gaps? Did we, you know, cover all of our grounds? Did we cross our T's, you know, and dot our I's? And that's exactly what we need. Is to understand that all of that was done, you know, before we walk into that Lombardi chase, you know. So that's the goal at the end of this. Even if we have to wait one more year, you know, to get that done and break the cycle, Yes, I'm aware of the stupid cycle of what's her name's divorces and stuff like that. I mean, it's a weird coincidence. It's a really weird coincidence. But, point being, I think if we need to break that pattern, and learn from our past mistake in 2015, this time, the third time could be the charm. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? Because we got to make sure everything is out there, man, and fixed before we go for that Lombardi. And I do mean everything. Before we cross that line in the sand and we say, okay, it's time. We're not ready yet. We got some talent, but we're not ready yet. You know what I mean? Can we make some noise in the playoffs? Possibly. Possibly. But are we ready for a full-fledged Super Bowl run? Nah. Not yet. We need another year or two. And, there's nothing wrong with sitting there at the bottom, between 19 and 25, in the draft order at the end of the year, making the playoffs, making your progress, keeping your coaches, keeping your players, re-signing who you can, tossing who you can't, replacing those players, going through the whole offseason motions, and drafting what you need. There's nothing wrong with that. Because the very next year, you're right back in the playoffs again. That's the point. That's the goal we want. It is to not take a step backward with this offseason, but to take a step forward. Because look at 2014 going into 2015 season. You look at that offseason, that is what built everything that we created for the Super Bowl run. See, if we're able to take that next step forward instead of taking a step back or staying where we're at, then, because we don't want to be complacent, then I see a path forward, But in order to go on that Lombardi run, you got to have everything on this team in check. And I mean, going down the checklist. Running backs, quarterbacks, tight end, everything. Every position. I want every one of them decked out, healthy, and ready to go. Before I say, let's make a run. In either 27 or 28. But I see it in 27 or 28. We're not quite ready. Can we make some noise in the playoffs next year? Absolutely. There's no... Honestly, that can't hurt us. Because, really, all we're doing is just picking up whatever talent is at the bottom of the round. That nobody else picked up. And we could still get, some early second-round talent sitting there at the top of at the bottom of the first round. So it is very, very much possible to make a lot of noise, in the playoffs next year too. As long as we are taking those steps forward and not being complacent and not going backwards. That's the key. If we can keep that step ladder process going and not going back down the ladder and saying, hold up. We're taking too many steps back. Let's get rid of all these players. Let's reset these. Let's not get cute with it. I've seen a handful of teams get cute with it, and it has wrecked their chances. So, every step of the way, there are a lot of opportunities for teams to get distracted and think overconfident and think that they've got more talent than they do. And I think that was one of our biggest kryptonites in Super Bowl 50 was realizing that we were that close to finishing the roster, but we just didn't complete it. You know what I'm saying? We were a year out. A year out. We were a year early, in my opinion. If we had kept that talent, if we had kept pushing and kept making sure that everybody was there, into 2016, that's Lombardi in 2016. Who got in there in 2016? The Falcons, right? We would be battling toe to toe with the Falcons. Matt Ryan going full fledged for the division, and we would win it because we knew we had the talent to beat him at the time. We knew we did. We didn't have to question it. We knew we did. Before Gettleman was fired and everybody got tossed. We knew, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, we could beat this guy. Because our depth was so packed out at every position, there's no way. There's no way we don't sweep the Falcons and take that division in 16 had we kept everybody. There's no way. I refuse anybody. Can anybody disagree with that? Because I don't see anybody that could disagree with that. Where you screwed up was you fired Gettleman just a little too soon. If you could have waited one more year and then fired him after the Super Bowl, Lombardi. It's Charlotte. Tell me I'm wrong, folks. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, there was the rumor that he was going to get rid of Greg Olsen, but I don't see that happening. I honestly did not see that happening. Because Greg Olsen was that much of a key player for us that I didn't see anybody, in the entire Panthers organization wanted to move him. But I understand his process and what he was trying to do, at the time, because it's a different process. He was trying to reset and get newer players in there, refresh the wagon. But you can't continue to do that over a long period of time and have full success. Can you get a Super Bowl out of it? Sure. But can you do that for 6, 7, 8 years in a row? No. And find the same success. But can you do that for 2 or 3? Sure. I mean, he did that with the Giants and he got 2 Super Bowls out of it. But what happened after? See, that's the thing. Once he started selling people and he said, okay, this is the numbers. This is the set of numbers that I am going with and I'm not going to compromise on that. And he didn't see the players as players. He didn't, he saw them as numbers on a page or just a name on a page. And that's exactly where he went wrong. Because if you were to value these players as people, like this organization has in the past with Jerry Richardson, and the way it is now, I don't see that happening, But at the same time, you've got to understand where it's the right time to cut players, that are holding you back. There's got to be a balance. And see, there's a lot to learn from that process that we can take with us into this new one. That is similar, but it's not the same in many different ways, if you guys understand what I'm saying. And I believe that Dan Morgan is the difference. We've had a GM and Dave Gettleman that was focused on the numbers and focused on what was on the page and stats and stuff. Then you had Marty, who was more concerned with the players and not so much with the numbers, which put us in the cap hell. So, Dan Morgan is the balance of the two. The perfect balance. And he actually cares about the players because he was one. He actually was one in the 2004 Super Bowl. So there you go. Perfect balance. So when we go to compare the two methods, in my opinion, Dan Morgan's got the better method. I think that it's going to work. long-term wise. And I think this man should stay as our GM, like, indefinitely. For as long as we can keep him. So, I mean, protect this man at all costs if you're in Carolina. Put some bodyguards on him, whatever you got to do. You know, keep this man around in Charlotte. Because we cannot lose this dude. I don't think he's going anywhere. But y'all get my point. But the firing of Gettleman started a downhill spiral on the year that we were supposed to make one more run and get the Lombardi the next time around. And I can guarantee you we would have gotten it in 16 had we run it back with the same crew. I guarantee it. Because you run that Denver game back about 10 times. We win about 7 or 8 of those scenarios. And I'll tell you why. One, because Luke Kuechly had Peyton Manning figured out. I've never seen Peyton Manning sweat in a day of my life. And Luke Kuechly figured it out. He figured out that whole doggone playbook in one half. That's a recipe for success. Now, 2, if you play a flawless game like we were playing against Arizona in the NFC Championship. That's 2. 3, we know we had the talent. 4, everybody was healthy. 5, everybody was coaching the way they were supposed to coach. Now you tell me that, and lastly, ball control. We had complete ball control, plus we were forcing turnovers. Our turnover ratio was beautiful that year. We had Thieves Avenue back there. Now you tell me that those 6 elements don't turn into a Super Bowl win in 2016 if we run it back? Come on. All you had to do was wait and not fire Gettleman until 2017. That's all you had to do, and we had a Lombardi sitting in our trophy case. That's what makes me so mad about that. I understand people were pissed off about Gettleman, but this isn't about Gettleman. This is about the fact that we had that much talent, and we were decked out that well. And we had all 6 elements on our side. In any said game that we walked into. Any said game. It didn't matter if it was KC. It didn't matter if it was New England. It didn't matter if it was Philly. It didn't matter if it was Denver. Bring them all on. You know, back then. I want all the smoke back in 15. All of the smoke. You can have a near perfect season, but if you don't win the Super Bowl, it means nothing. That's what a lot of people would have you believe. But for me, it goes beyond that because you turned this roster into household names that people know all around the world. In Japan, in Australia, in doggone London, France, Brazil. People knew who we were for the first time ever. You know, nobody was really paying attention when we got to the Super Bowl in 2004 because nobody had like all those media news channels that we got today. Nobody knew who these guys were. We didn't have internet back then. That you know, it was like what? Terrible internet back then. But point is, everybody knew who these guys were. This is a different era. And once those guys became known, everybody started to rock with us. They started to root for this team. They started to believe in what we believed in. They started to understand what the Keep Pounding mantra was about. And that's what's important to me. is the fact that that mantra is now understood by the world, and what that can mean for people's lives. It's not about just football with that mantra. It's about helping people to get through the BS in their lives, to get through any of the challenges that they're dealing with, and say, yes, I can keep pounding through this. Whether it be whatever sickness you have, whatever ailments you have, whether you are dealing with depression, whatever it might be. That's what's important, is that message got out there. So with our Super Bowl coverage, everybody then understood what the Keep Pounding mantra was about. And it changed everything. The NFL was like, no, we can't let that message get out there. We can't do that. No. We get to the Super Bowl, that message gets out there. Loud and clear. Loud and clear with a bullhorn. Which is exactly what we all want. Do we also want to win the Super Bowl too? Absolutely. Absolutely. But the message comes first. Because that's what's most important. So, as we build this team, that is one of the core goals that we have in mind for this franchise, is getting that message out there and making sure that the world knows, yes, this message still applies. It's still very, very real in 2025 when there is a lot of crap going on in the world. We need that message out there. We need it to be heard. We need it to be understood. So that, yes, you can keep pounding through whatever BS situation is going on in the world. Whether it be your sickness, whether it be politics, whatever it might be, that you're dealing with in the world. And it's getting worse by the day. I'm not going to get into all that stuff, but the point is, it's getting worse by the day. And COVID did not help. In fact, it did the opposite. So, when that message gets out there, that gives people hope. And hope, a Panthers dynasty can be built on hope, ladies and gentlemen. I need y'all to understand this. A Panthers dynasty can be built on hope for the right reasons. The media won't be able to stand it. The NFL won't be able to stand it. Anybody that has any ounce of frustrations and hate in the world right now will not be able to understand that. Because this is bigger than that hate. That's what I need y'all to understand. This message is bigger and stronger on any given day than that hate. By a long shot. So that's what we're trying to achieve. And rightfully so. We cannot let ourselves be falling off the wagon. We can't be complacent. It's funny. It's funny I say that because there was a Rams player in the locker room. I forget who it was. I think it might have been Devontae Adams. I don't know. But I saw the interview. And he was saying that the Rams were being too complacent. And I said, hold up a minute. We can learn from this. How many times this year have we said that we were complacent? And we lost the very next game. Think about it. So, if we come out of this bye week, we win against the Saints and we're not complacent, that sends a very strong message that we're ready for a playoff run. That sends a very strong message. And Bucks, bring it. That's our message. We want all the smoke. We want all of it in December. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. So, complacency. It is a very interesting word to me when it comes to this team. Because we've had a lot of these patterns in the past of just whenever we get big wins, we are complacent. We'll go into the next game and it'll be a trash team and we'll lose. We'll fall right into the trap. So this year, there's never been more complacency than there ever has before. And it's confusing everybody. Nobody's really sure what to do with this team. Or understand what we're about. But that works to our advantage. Like I said, if they don't know what they're going to be encountering, that's an advantage. We can take full advantage of that. We did against Green Bay. We did against Dallas. We did against the Rams. Shoot, you could even add expecting that from us. At all. You know, and even though we lost to San Fran, we held them to 20 points. Defense did their job. So, can we ride into the playoffs with this defense? Absolutely. And the element of surprise. Yes. Can we use that as a weapon against some of these other teams? Absolutely. I absolutely buy into that strategy. Let's do it. It's working right now. It is absolutely working right now. So, let's say we get this Saints win. We beat the Buccaneers in Tampa. We drop the Seattle Seahawks game, and we beat Tampa to end the year. That's the division title. Folks, that is a division title. We don't have to worry about wild card. We don't have to worry about what Dallas and Green Bay and all these other teams are doing. If we do that. How do you feel about that? Because that's the most realistic scenario I see happening. I'm not even kidding you. And we could drop that Seattle game safely if that's what we're doing. If we need to, then we will. Seattle's a tough West Coast opponent. But if we manage to run the table against them, all the sweeter for us. You know what I'm saying? All the sweeter for us. You know? But we run the risk of losing our first playoff game if we do that. So I do want to warn you about that. About the dangers of that. Because we will be due for a letdown game. And I really don't want it to be against somebody we've already played. Like Seattle, San Francisco, or the Rams. So, that's what I'm concerned about. Because I would like to at least get one playoff win while we're in there. You know what I mean? At least make a little noise before we head out. You know? Because I don't think we've got enough talent to go the whole distance. But it would be very interesting if we did. I would be very, very pleased if we did. Don't get me wrong. I'll be the first one to come to that NFC Championship game, dude. I'll be there. I'll be butted seat in Charlotte. You can count on that. I'm not missing that. Oh. And when we win that NFC Championship game, count on it, I will have my replica ring. And it'll be sitting right next to the one I have in 2015. Bet on it. But I see us maybe getting one playoff win. That's where I see us right now. Maybe. It depends on who we face. Let's see. Let me catch up on comments here. And then I'll show you kind of what could happen. What kind of scenarios could happen. Because I want to continue with that. But yes, that 49ers game hurt, man. Yeah. Agreed we could beat Seattle. Yes. If we could beat the Rams, we could beat Seattle because the Rams are stronger than Seattle. Not by much, but just a little bit. And that's why I believe that Rams and Seahawks game is going to come down to 3 points. It's going to come down to the kicker battle. So we'll see what happens there. Who holds the ball last, all of that. It's going to be a really interesting game. Ball control, time, clock management, and who holds the boys to play too. With that team resurging like this, the Rams are in for a full day. And if Stafford doesn't get his act together, that's going to be an even longer day for him. And a win for Seattle. But I see this as a one-time thing for Stafford, though. I think he's going to get his act together by the time you play Seattle. So you're going to get a fully fledged, MVP candidate in Stafford. I'm not saying he's going to win. I'm saying he's a candidate. Keep that in mind. I don't want people twisting my words on that. He's a candidate. So it'll be an interesting game. I'll be very, very interested and invested in that game. We might even do a reaction to that one. Because I believe that game happens before we face Seattle. So we can learn a lot about Seattle in that game. And have that on tape for us. You know what I mean? So, reaction to that. Because that may... So we may roll right into that. After doing all the stats and stuff. We'll see, because most of the time, those do end up being like 4:30 games or night games. If it's a night game, I'll roll right into the night game. I'll go ahead and do it. I normally don't do that because it's a long day of streaming, and I'm really invested and interested in it, and learning as much as I can about the team that we're about to face. Because that's going to be critical for our playoff. I think we will win the next 3 games. It's the last game I'm worried about. Exactly, Heels rule. That's my concern too. I just have that gut feel. The Steve Wilkes days, man. When he was interim, we lost to a Tampa Bay team that was not scoring more than 20 points a game. They only got past 20 points a game twice that year. I thought we had that game in a bag. As long as we play the same ball we had been playing, I thought we had that in a bag, bro. And we dropped it. Like a bad habit. And I was like, man. And that was the last time we faced Tom Brady, too. I wanted to make that one count. I wanted to put one more nail in the Tom Brady coffin. But we couldn't do it. Oh, man, it hurt. That game hurt. I'm still salty about that one. I'm still mad. But don't worry, we're going to get our revenge against the Bucs. It's coming. It's coming. In 3 weeks from now, it's coming. It may not be Tom Brady behind the helm, but we can still beat the Bucs. And that's what matters to me. Because it wasn't about Tom at the time, it was about the division. You know what I mean? It was about trying to take the division. So, I had to put all that bias aside that I don't like Tom Brady at all. You know, I had to put all of that aside. Put that on the separate table. You know, but at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that it is, in fact, Tom Brady. You know, so the point is, man, that game hurt. And I just have that strange feeling. Because we've been hurt by other players that we have cut before, and it could backfire on us. I'm really worried about that. We have had a horrible history of that. And most recently, CMC. And this is a long list, guys. You're talking about even the kicker beat us in a game 2 years ago. Graham Gano beat us with the Giants 2 years ago. So, I mean, like, that's how deep this cut goes. You want to solve that problem? Stop cutting the wrong people. It's that simple. Stop cutting the wrong people. It's not rocket science. Just stop cutting the wrong people. Because when we mismanage these players and another team gets a hold of them, they become freaking Pro Bowlers in the next year. What do you think that is? Coaching. Coaching. Look at the coaching trees that we had. They were awful. The coaching trees themselves look good, you know, on paper when you brought these coaches in. But when they started actually coaching these guys, womp womp. Look at Matt Rule in Nebraska right now. Can't beat 7 major teams, but he can beat all the rinky-dink teams in college ball. In college ball. Bro, even a Temple coach could do that. Come on, bro. That's pathetic. That's to illustrate my point. The coaching during Matt Rule and Frank Wright was awful. Awful. They had no idea how to develop these players and this talent. So they went elsewhere. So guess what happens? They become Pro Bowlers and they come back to bite us. Right. You know, like Brian Burns in a trade. Come on, man. The list goes on forever. We never learned. You want to solve the problem? You want to cut the snake off of the head? Stop cutting the wrong players. Develop them properly. To start with. Simple. It's not rocket science. You could solve that problem in-house without having to make any moves. Baker Mayfield, man. Cam getting hurt at the end of 2016 set us back. We were getting ready to make a run in 2018, but Cam's arm fell off. And I mean, the downward spiral started with Dave Gettleman firing. I warned y'all not to fire that dude. I warned y'all not to. They didn't listen. I had that all over the comment sections in every major group. Do not fire Dave Gettleman. We are on the verge of a freaking Lombardi. They fired him a year early. And I said, man, you guys are morons. You guys are complete morons for firing him a year early. It wasn't about firing him. It was when you fired him. Lombardi. In 2016. God knows we could do it. And I guarantee you, with the whole squad there, without people being cut or moved around, Cam Newton does not suffer that concussion. And a bunch of other things would have happened instead. Very, very good things. So if you wanted to cut Gettleman after we won the Super Bowl, be my guest. We've already won our Lombardi. It's already the books, the trophies in Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? Be my guest at that point. Because If people want to complain about that, fine. I would have probably been a little grumpy because I would have said, okay, we had a chance to win more than one, you know. But I'm happy with the one we got. So am I complaining? No. Right? So let's not make that same mistake again, please. Please, for God's sakes, do not do that again. I cannot handle another situation like that in Carolina. I cannot. Dude, I will not be able to handle it. I will crash all the way out on stream. And I will give everybody the smoke. Everybody. You know, if that situation repeats, please do not ever let that repeat. Let's learn from it. We can be better than that. Learn from the mistakes of the past, otherwise you are doomed to repeat them. If you fail to recognize them, you will repeat them. Period. Also, don't forget Dan Morgan helped build helped build the Bills as well. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And look, they're starting to fall apart. Little by little. When Dan Morgan came here, look what's happening. We're building up. The Bills are falling down the ladder. They're getting complacent. They're saying, yeah, we've got the talent. We can win these games. Blah, 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 blah. We've got Josh Allen. Who cares? Who cares about Dan Morgan not being here? Yeah, now you do. Now you do. Look how many of these upsets have happened this year. Now you care. Right? Come on. So, yeah, that's important. That's an important piece of information, Heels Rule. You're exactly right. Finns have been playing pretty good lately. They beat the Bucks as well. Yeah. Could they beat the Bucks as well? You know. Hold up. When is that game? When is that game, actually? Week 16. Yeah. I'm going to say... but the upset could possibly be on the table. Because the Bucks might be looking at us. Primarily. That is an opportunity for that to happen. Do I see it happening? No. But you never know. It's been a weird year. I would be happy as heck if it did. I would be absolutely thrilled if it did. Yeah, definitely. I welcome it. It would definitely help our chances of winning the division. And locking us in. To where there's a lot less pressure on that game in Tampa. To try to win it. So, yes. I think that's yeah, definitely welcome opportunity there. How would you feel if we met the Bears in the divisional round with the story between us that would be fun? Ooh. You know what? The Bears in the first round. In the divisional round. I like the odds of that. I like our odds. I like our odds. Because look, the Bears are talented, don't get me wrong, but they've got some flaws. Let me run it with the Bears here. Let me see. Let me see where's Chicago. You're hoping that the Bears get a sweep over the Packers in order to help open up the wild card for us. But look at this. 68.7% chance of Green Bay winning in Green Bay. It's in Lambeau. That's the problem here. That's a major problem here. Caleb Williams can play a heck of a game, you know, and he can make he can cause a lot of problems. DeAndre Swift, you know, Rona Dunes, yeah. Sweat will be a problem as well, you know. And Tremaine Edmonds, if he was off the IR, would be a major problem, but he's not. You know, but you still got a lot of talent down there in Chicago that, up there in Chicago, you could make some real problems for Green Bay. But I think that Jordan Love plays an excellent game as well. You know, Josh Jacobs does his thing. You know, really the difference is Micah Parsons. That's a major difference because if you're doing with Micah Parsons, that dude is a threat and a half in a game like that. He is a problem. And Green Bay has traditionally won this division. So I think they're going to be trying for it. But can they get the ups? Can the Bears get the upset? Can they defy all odds and get the win in Green Bay? If they can do that, that's a momentum swing for them going into that game in Chicago when they face them again. That's a major momentum swing. And if I'm a Bears fan, I'm excited for that second matchup if I see that. Because now you get to go into that Bears stadium and go, okay, bring on the Packers. We want that smoke. But see, the Bears might get overconfident. And the Packers might take over that game in Chicago. So it could be a split. But if the Bears somehow pull off the impossible in Lambeau, the chances just went way up that you could get a sweep in Chicago. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the sweep. I see a split. I don't see a sweep. And the split comes with Chicago winning the game in Chicago. But if the Bears do somehow get the sweep, oh man, I'm going to be going nuts. Because this is a Packers team that will be knocked out of the playoffs. We'll have only Dallas to deal with in our path to the wild card. Should we fail to get the division? That's... So, should we end up playing the Bears in the first round of the playoffs? I like our odds because we beat Green Bay. If we could beat Green Bay, we could beat Chicago. And right now, I believe that Green Bay is better than Chicago. They just need to prove it on the field. Which I think they will. Talent-wise, in the books-wise, yes, Green Bay's got more talent. It's not by a significant margin, but it's by enough, that it makes a difference. But yeah, I think that we could get that upset in the first round. Should we play the Bears? I see it. I see it. I do see it. 0828 Tyrone says, keep pounding. There you go. Keep pounding, my brother. Keep pounding. Heels Rule says Gettleman also nailed the 2017 draft CMC and Taylor Moton. Yes, he did. He very much did. Those were absolute home run picks. So, positionally drafting, Gettleman did very, very well. As far as keeping these players, that was another matter. I think we got good value for the picks that we used with Gettleman. The problem is a lot of those players did not stick. And I don't think a lot of them were designed to stick because we were rotating. We were doing a lot of rotation. And that was the point. Is when you set that price limit on these players, with the contracts and everything, then you got a set amount every year after you set that number aside and you say, hey, look, we can spend money in free agency. We can fill in whatever gaps, that we didn't sign when these guys refused to hit those numbers, right? So there was a lot of free agent players out there in those positions that helped us out at the time. So I thought naturally the goal was to try to draft and develop these talents, of course, but if you want to go out there and get some of these players too with that saved money, that strategy did work. It was a decent balance. Was it a moral strategy? Probably not. Because, you're screwing players out of money that they probably should get. But at the same time, are you going to say, are we going to overpay this player? You know what I'm saying? No. We're not going to overpay a player under Gettleman. That's just not going to happen. So, yeah, Gettleman's first mistake was letting Ginn go a second time. Yeah. He ended up in New Orleans, and the reason we lost the wildcard game. Yes, agreed. And, it's just yet another example of us letting talent go, that we should not be letting go. And it comes back to bite us. Every time. Long list. Cut the head off the snake. Stop letting that talent go. And Dan Morgan has cut that cycle. He has stopped it. Dead in its tracks. We are not cutting these players anymore. We're retaining them. And I'm proud of you, Dan, for that right there. Great job. He recognized the pattern. He recognized the cycle, and he said, enough is enough. We're not doing this anymore. So, full applause to Dan Morgan for that. Full applause. I'm freaking proud of you. This is the GM we need, ladies and gentlemen. If we're going to continue to win division titles and get to where we want to go, which is the big game, and win it, we've got to have a GM with a mind like this. That acts like this. That isn't afraid to pay players, but also isn't afraid to overpay players. You know what I'm saying? The only exception with overpaying players that I had a problem with was Damian Lewis's $100 million contract, because of the fact that there was only one other player at that guard position that was up there in that echelon, and it was $85 million, for a multi-year contract. And the rest were down there at $30 million, something like that, for 2 to 3 years. So that's the only problem I really had, is you don't have to make him the most paid guard in the NFL, or any position. You don't have to make him the most paid player in that position in order to retain these players. The point is they want to be here. If you want to pay these players, they want to be here. Okay, cool. Let's settle on a number, but let's not go way overboard, and kill our cap in the process. And I think Dan Morgan understands that now. I think he learned from that scenario. So, but as far as trading wise, oh yeah, he's killing it. Fourth and a fifth for Thielen, total robbery. Exactly. I love his trades. I love his trades. We're getting the exact value that we wanted. We got Michael Jackson for a fifth rounder. I mean, come on, man. God. Oh, and it is paying off dividends. It is paying off dividends. Most recently in this Rams game where he got that pick six. And I'm telling you, Mike Jack is turning the corner. He is becoming the corner that I have waited for. He is pulling that Josh Norman, man. He's gotten to that upper echelon. He's just on the cusp of it. And he's starting to break through. And it's beautiful to watch. I'm so excited for Mike Jack's future. This dude has a bright, bright future. And this is one of Dan Morgan's trades. You look down the list at some of these trades, I mean, they made sense. They made sense. Never once in any of these trades did they not make sense for what we got out of it. I mean, a fourth and a fifth is a steal for Adam Thielen. Because, honestly, I thought he was worth maybe a third, and you'd be looking at 2 fourths. But no, you got a fourth and a fifth? Okay, cool. Let's get it. That's pretty close to what I was thinking he was going to be worth. You know, two late fourth rounders. And what was the value I was putting him at? You know, maybe an early round third. But we got a fourth and a fifth out of that. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. And he dropped out of Minnesota and went to the Steelers. Only real miss was drafting Leggett over Ladd. Hopefully Leggett will pan out. Oh, excuse me. I'm always tired, so you'll get used to it. I'm a very busy man. But Leggett will pan out. We just have to get him able to catch the ball. You know, I want him on jug machine. Put him on jug machine. Let him catch the ball just for a couple of hours a day. You know, nothing major, just jug machine. Nothing else, just jug machine. Just let him go out there, catch the ball, use his hands, use his legs, you know, use route running, you know, use his hips. You know, let's see if he can get going, you know. But I see that we can fix that in our own house. You know, we don't need to do anything else. Maybe have Steve Smith work with him, you know, teach him some pointers. Maybe Moose could work with him. Who knows, right? Just have them talk to him, you know. Give him some ideas as far as like what he could do, you know, to break out of that, you know, and break his glass ceiling. Leggett is a gem in the run game. He is a great blocker, absolutely. You know, and I think that's why we drafted him at first was run blocking. But you also want a solid pass catcher too. That's the thing. So if you are able to draft somebody that is a solid pass catcher, you're going to go a long way along with that trait. Plus the fact that we got 2,000-yard rushers too helps. So you're going to see a lot of screens. You're going to see a lot of like counter runs, jet sweeps. You're going to see a lot of stuff like that. You know, because these guys are big blockers. They're big body blockers. Which brings me to the tight end room. So I'm looking at the tight end room now Tommy Tremble isn't the biggest tight end out there, but he's got some ability to catch the ball and make some noise with it. But the thing is, who was it that we were facing up? I think it was Young, Byron Young, right? Let me double check that. I need to see something real quick. Yeah, it was Byron Young. When you're facing up against Byron Young, and this dude is a 6'2", 258-pound linebacker. This dude is bigger and stronger than any of our tight ends right now. You know, so anytime that he matched up with him, it was pretty much Young who came out as a winner in those matchups. That's why I was so concerned with us trying to run the ball anywhere where Byron Young was during that Rams game. Because I thought, yeah, that's going to be a dead stop. Wherever he is, it's a dead stop. You're not getting any more yards than that once he makes contact with you. You know, with Chuba, with Rico. Because, I mean, the last two games, let's face it, Rico hasn't exactly been pushing the pile. And Chuba doesn't have the physical strength to push the pile like that. So, you face a guy like Byron Young, it's a dead stop right at that point, right at that yard line. Which, I mean, that's not a bad thing if you're making positive yards before that point. So if you can get positive yards before he gets over there, then yes, you can get like 4 or 5 yards to the outside on a jet sweep, something like that. You know, maybe a screen play for 4 or 5 yards, you should be good. You know, you can get into a short yardage situation, maybe a second and short, third and short, you know, scenario. Even a fourth and short in some situations where Bryce Young was doing really well, you know, and see what you can do from there. But these linebackers aren't built to handle guys like Byron Young, you know, and that's something we got to upgrade in the future. I would say sometime in 27 off season. We don't necessarily need to address it this year. It's not an immediate need, but it's something we need to look into. You know what I mean? It's something that I noticed and I was like, okay. You know what I mean? And then you got that corner from the 49ers. What was his name? Because this dude upended a tight end and just slammed him on the ground like a sack of potatoes. And I was like, if we're facing guys like that, we need stronger tight ends. Because this is not going to be it. This is not it. If we got to deal with that every year, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not excited to face something like that. Let me see if I can figure out his name. Hold up. Dimmador Lenore. Yeah, Dimmador Lenore. I love this name, by the way. It's amazing. You got 5 pass deflections, 2 picks, 31 solo tackles. And I gotta tell you, for a guy that is 5'10", 200 pounds, he should not be able to humanly do that. Unless he's running on pure adrenaline. That crap was insane. That was insane. I forget who it was he upended, but God, I saw that when I was doing the post-game reviews, and I was just like, there's no way. How the heck did you just do that? Because he should not physically be able to do that. So, I mean, if we're going to be facing guys like that on a consistent basis, we need bulkier tight ends. We need stronger tight ends. Because this is not going to be it. This is not going to be enough. Yeah, we're getting these dinky little fourth third and shorts, second and short plays, like 4 or 5 yards, maybe that's cool. That's cool. Don't get me wrong. But it's not enough. It's not threatening. These guys are mid. You know what I'm saying? They're mid. And there's nothing wrong with being mid right now. Don't get me wrong. There is nothing wrong with these guys being mid right now. Don't get it twisted. But we got to eventually upgrade. Because we need a bigger, stronger caliber tight end. One that can move mountains out there. I'm not saying we need the next Greg Olsen, but I'm saying that we need somebody similar. In order to start moving people like this. Otherwise we're going to be in trouble. Otherwise we're just moving the chains. We're just doing the minimal effort to move those chains. And sometimes that could be enough, but for how long? Because the league is going to continue to put linebackers out there that can do things like this man can. Each year in the draft, you're going to see stronger and stronger guys come through the pipeline. And those linebackers are getting tougher and tougher and meaner. And angrier. You really want to be stuck with just mid tight ends? In 27? Going into the 27 season? That's what I'm saying. We've got to do something about it at some point down the line. I'm not saying we have to do it now, but until we address that, we are not a fully decked out tight end room. Until we address that right there. I think the running backs room is fine. Wide receivers room, we could always add one more. I have no problem with that. I think keep Coker at slot. I love Coker at slot. And eventually, occasionally Ted McMillan at slot when you need to. Ted McMillan can go deep as well. He's a multi-facet guy. XL can go deep as well, so you have that ability. So there's the ability to move these pieces around and make sure that you get the most out of them right now. And that's exactly what Bryce Young knows how to do is when he's calling these plays is, okay, we're going to put you against this dude. We're going to put you against this dude. He sees these call-outs before the snaps because he's done the play calling and he's done the homework. He understands these players before he walks out on that field. That's why he's winning with these play calls. Because he's done the homework. So, for example, the corner that he faced that we got, that we burnt with Tech McMillan and Coker during those 4th down situations, he knew this dude would be one-on-one, with single high safety, no help. He knew that because he was reading the tapes. He was watching the tapes. He knew what these guys were going to do. On 4th down situations, they have a tendency to blitz. Pretty much. Because guess what? They think they've got the book on Bryce. They think that Bryce is terrible against the blitz. And normally they would be right. Except for the fact that Bryce had the time this time and the O-line was doing their job. Guess what happens when the O-line does their job? Bryce Young has the time to throw it. Step into his throws and throw comfortably to a target. And when these wide receivers were not breaking stride, as several of these people have pointed out, guess what? Touchdown. Touchdown. And we retake the lead against the Rams. So, knowing that this dude was a problem in coverage beforehand, before you stepped onto that field, Bryce, you knew this dude was the matchup you wanted. because you knew these wide receivers were bigger than this dude. You knew they were more physical. You knew that they could win 7 out of 10 times. Maybe it was Dave Canales that pointed this out to you. I don't know. But either way, both of you got on the same page about this, and you knew. And that's what's important. It is the fact that when they ran the play, they ran it confidently, and they did not audible. They knew exactly what they were doing. And they did it with full attack ferocity. And that's what I'm saying. When you go up against teams like the Rams, you can either go in half-cocked or you can go in all the way. Which do you choose? You go in half-cocked, the Rams will going out of the jungle, man, and you're trying to hunt for something, man. You're trying to hunt for an animal. If they smell any blood on you, you are cooked. That's how dangerous this Rams team was. Everybody could sense it when they walked in that building today, on Sunday. They knew. And the Panthers players were like, we're not afraid of this. Come on. We're not afraid of this. We're ready. We're going full attack mode ourselves. Let's go. We got pissed after that Saints game. We said, okay, it's time to go. It's time to jump back in there and start swinging and throwing some haymakers. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I like about this team is when we get down like that, we come back. And that's resiliency. God, the comebacks. There's been talk about Bryce Young's 11 comeback wins, you know, that has matched the great Peyton Manning at this point in his career. Wow. Wow. I'm awestruck. Because you think about it, Peyton Manning did the exact same thing. He created his own playbook in Indianapolis. Look how that second year went. When that playbook was implemented, it was magical. He knew exactly where these wide receivers were supposed to go. He knew exactly how to catch these guys in stride. He knew exactly what he was doing. Bryce Young is starting to channel Peyton Manning. And I love this. I love this because this is what I was waiting for. I knew he had that potential in him. Oh, man. I didn't think 11 comeback wins. Wow. The only problem with this dude is the picks. We got to cut down on the picks. So, what I would like to see him do is work with Matt Ryan on accuracy. And I want him to work with Russell Wilson on understanding coverages. Because Russell Wilson was a pro at understanding coverages back then. With his size and the same stature. So, what I need is for him to do a little bit of work in the offseason on that. And that'll be how he develops himself. Plus, Matt Ryan can help him with the release time. And try to knock that down from 2.7 to 2.6. That's what I would like to see happen. And that, you might not think that's very much. But in a game where these guys keep blitzing us constantly, that could mean all the difference in the world. Whether that ball goes to a check down or whether it gets thrown away. Or he gets sacked. It can mean all the difference in the world. In that short amount of time. That's how much the time it takes in the NFL. You blink, you're on the ground. As a quarterback. Against a guy like Jared Verse. Against a guy like Micah Parsons. You blink, you're on the ground. These guys are that fast and that aggressive. That if your offensive line is not doing their job fully, you're on the ground. That quickly. So that's what I need him to do, is to improve that release time by that minuscule point. If he can pull that off, or God forbid 2.5, if he figures out a way to get to 2.5 like Matt Ryan was at, God help these defenses, because they won't be able to blitz him. They'll have to take away his targets at that point. They'll have no other choice. Because that's what we ended up having to do against Matt Ryan, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, players like that. That's ascending to the next level on that particular talent skill, on the talent tree. But I like the wide receivers we have. I think we can always improve and add one or two here or there. You know what I mean? I'm not mad at the fact that Adam went to Pittsburgh. I really don't care. You know, we've got the wide receivers that we need. We're winning games. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know, even XL, who was having trouble dropping the ball, you know, is the ball now. So, I mean, like, at this point, like, I don't see the problem. Do you? Like, sure, we could add an extra wide receiver in the offseason. I don't see any problem with that. You could drop one if you want. I'm not going to complain about that, but we have bigger needs. You know, right now it's defensive. And of course, offensive line, we're still looking for one more multi-tool to help out Cade Mays and Brady Christensen. I think we've gotten our guy that can help out with Cade Mays, but I don't think we found our guy for Brady Christensen yet. That's the thing. Because when you look at this depth chart, let me see. I really like Corbett. I don't know why we're not using Austin Corbett. I don't understand why we're not using him. You know, when you have trouble with injuries and Brady Christensen is not down, is injured, Corbett needs to come in. Now, I like Cade Mays, don't get me wrong. Cade Mays should be our center. But when we're having trouble at guard position and somebody gets hurt, like Damian Lewis, or God forbid Zavala again, we need Corbett to come in for Zavala. I'm not good games, but I'm not 100% sold on him yet. You know, I look at it when I evaluate guards and offensive linemen, I look at it over a 4 to 5 game stretch. Okay, how did you do in these 4 to 5 games? Were you solid? Were you committing a bunch of penalties? Were you doing, you know, what you're supposed to do with footwork, hands, you know, and positioning? You know, were you doing the little things right? That's what I'm looking at. So, Jake, you know, you haven't 100% sold me yet, but I'm starting to like what I'm seeing. I don't know anything about Nick Samak. Am I saying that last name right? Nick Samak? Or is it Samak? I'm going to say Samak. It sounds better. It sounds cooler. But yeah. Josh Neiman, I have zero confidence in. If he were to come in, for 4 whole quarters of a game, I don't have full confidence he could survive 4 whole quarters of a game. I think he could survive 3 against major opponents, but, 4, he's going to get tired out. He's going to get weakened. And he's going to be sloppy with his technique. And I've seen it. And I'm a little concerned with that. He's not committing penalties, though. Give him credit for that. He's not doing that. But we need... I feel like we're just one multi-tool away on this offensive line. We've got Brady Christensen. We've got Cade Mays. I'm starting to buy into Jake Curran. But we're eventually going to have to find somebody to replace Corbett because Corbett will retire. So it's got to be a replacement for Corbett when Corbett retires. So we're not in immediate like emergency mode to find that, but if we can get somebody that can play guard and tackle would be great. Because I think Cade Mays is our long-term starting center. No question about that. Maybe somebody that can play guard and center. Guard and center. Yeah. Guard and center. But then that leaves Josh Neiman out there. I don't know, man. I don't know. We need to have Brady Christensen wide open so he can do any of the 5 positions that he needs to step in for. I would like him to start at right guard and replace Zavala. For a guard that can also play center, I would like him to replace Zavala. That's where I'm at. I don't know how to just see what happens. You know, I'll watch Zavala and I'll see like how he handles himself. But so far, you know, decent season for Zavala. I got to give him his credit. You know, I did not expect him to turn the corner like that and do a little bit of the things right that he's supposed to be doing. But we still got a lot of work to do there. I feel, you know, we're not quite there at offensive line depth. And the last time that we had offensive line problems, it cost us, you know, without a question of a doubt. Because if we're going to make a Lombardi run, that has got to be solved. Period. I don't want another Mike Rimmer situation. And I'm not even talking about the rest of the Super Bowl 50 game. I'm talking about just specific. That's not something we need to accept again. And I want that fixed. You know, we need multi-tools, and I like where this is going because I love Brady Christensen. I love Cade Mays. I vouch for these guys. We ran scouting profiles on these 2 guys, you know, during March and April, right before they were drafted, and we managed to get both in the same draft. And I was absolutely thrilled. I said, these 2 guys are home run picks. 100% home run picks. Way to go, Dan Morgan. Cheers to you on that one. Because these 2 gentlemen have saved us so many times. I can't even count how many times they've saved us. It's been amazing. These guys are earning their paychecks. They are absolutely earning them. And they've been worth every cent. So, when these 2 guys get a chance to get paid, pay these gentlemen. Do not hesitate with a shovel. Because you are dumb. You got to pay these 2. That's just point blank. You got to pay these 2. And look what happened. Look what happened when you paid these guys and you ran it back. And these guys were solid all year long. This is what happens. Bryce Young has all day to throw the ball. Look at the 445 yards because of Cade Mays. Because of Cade Mays. He didn't even have Brady Christensen in at the time. He had Cade Mays. And that was a solid brick wall. I think Cade Mays is the new future center. I'm saying it now. I am. There's no question about it. But I'm highlighting this offensive line because this is crucial. If we're going to make division title runs, if we're going to make any type of runs whatsoever, this offensive line depth has to be solved. And it has to be solved soon. Now, I'm not saying that it's a bigger need than the tight end room. Way bigger need than that. But yeah, I'm highlighting that. I want that player in the next draft. I want a guard that can play center in the next draft. Period. We're not free agenting yet. No. We have better hope of developing these guys when we draft them ourselves. I want this. If we don't get it in 26, I want it in 27. This has got to get solved. We cannot go on a Super Bowl run without this being done. Period. If I have to. I will But yeah, before I get into the defensive stuff, I'm going to read some comments. Wish we would have kept Shaq. He could have helped us a ton. Yeah, except that he had a lot of issues with coverage. But he was starting to show like progress on that. It just wasn't enough progress. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when you got Rose Bloom is showing progress every day. Like he is a rising and progressing player. Versus Shaq that was slow and very tough developing, along the chart. And it's just taking too long to develop this dude. With all due respect, I like Shaq. Don't get me wrong. I like Shaq. But it was just taking too long, bro. Like, he's had, 3-4 years to develop under this, like 2 or 3 different systems. And Evero, who's been a pretty decent defensive coordinator. You've had the time. It was just his time to go. And we had to upgrade. The goal is to always upgrade. So, always, always, always upgrade or get left behind. It's just a constant battle of upgrades. This right now is getting lazy with that, and that's why they're slacking. Buffalo is getting lazy with that. That's why they're slacking right now. But you know who's not slacking? Indianapolis. You know who's not slacking? Denver. Denver surprisingly came out of nowhere. Did not see that coming at all. But nope. See, they take the time and they develop these guys and they don't screw around. So, they finally got the right coaching staff in there. They finally got the right GM is what he's doing to pick up the right players. Yeah, Denver could be a problem for a little bit. KC's going to have their hands full for a few years here. So, that's what happens when you don't upgrade. Is exactly what's going on with KC. And they're not upgrading enough. We did. So we're reaping the benefits of that. Do you think Simmons might get some looks at linebacker after the bye? I think so. I think so in the Saints game. I would put him into the Saints game. Let's just see how he does. I have high hopes for this dude. He's been in 2 bad systems. I vouch for this guy very, very much because I'm a Clemson Tiger fan, of course, and I recognize the talent that Isaiah does actually bring to the table. It's just he's been in 2, and Arizona had no clue what to do with it. They tried him out at both positions, and it just didn't work out. But I think if you figure out how to use him correctly, he could be a problem, for offenses and the run stopping ability area of the ball. Now, as far as coverage, I think he's to do in the NFL with that, but overall, I'm satisfied with his progress on that, and that's why I'm applauding the move from Dan. I think it was the right move. Putting the Clemson bias aside, I think it was the right move. With Rosebloom hurt and everything else, you had Trayvon hurt. It was the right thing to do. Do I expect him to stay on the roster for a long-term series, of time? No. Because of that. That's why I'm not buying a jersey. I might consider it if he stays on for like 2 or 3 games. If he does, I'll buy the jersey. Because I like it. Like I said, any Clemson players that end up on this Panthers roster, I buy the jersey of. Speaking of, you guys remember Obata? Oh my God, I loved Obata. And I also, I did buy a T. Higgins jersey as well. I know this is going to be something that people are not going to like. But yes, I did buy a T. Higgins jersey as well. And it is signed by him. Which is really, really freaking cool. I really love that. So I will be putting that up in a case. When I move over to the new house and get my office set up. I'll have that in a case. Lit up in orange, of course, to represent my Clemson Tigers. But not for Cincinnati, but for him specifically for his time in Clemson. So, but yeah, I also got Renfrow. I don't think. Do I have that jersey with me? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Here's Renfrow. Oh, man. As soon as I found out that he was making this roster for a good amount of time, I said, yes, give me this jersey right away. Give it to me. I want it. I don't care how much I have to pay for this junk. I want Renfrow's jersey. Man. Your boy Peter Woods has been mocked to us for one of the ESPN mocks they just did. Ooh. And I mean, like, at one point, Isaiah Simmons was mocked to us. You guys remember that? Because I wanted us to draft him. I'm not mad at who we did draft. But we had him sitting there right at the same time we could have picked him up. We could have gotten Simmons. So this could have worked out even better for us. In my opinion. Because we were looking for a middle linebacker at the time. So we eventually settled on Shaq, of course, because he was already in our roster. But, yeah, we got Derek Brown. So this worked out really, really well. I'm pleased. Did I expect us to get Isaiah through free agency? No. Honestly, no. Because I thought, okay, with Arizona and Minnesota, this dude's pretty much a dud. But once you see the vision of what this dude can do and what he brings to the table, and I actually met this dude too, because I go to the fan days at Clemson and I go to the tables and I meet these guys, and unfortunately they're not doing this anymore, I was told, because they had so much trouble like organizing this crap every year, so it would be on a different day every year, and you'd be like, okay, well, when you go to YouTube it or Google what day it was supposed to be, you would get like different years in the Google listing. So like nobody knew what day it was supposed to be on, or even if it was going to happen at all, because like they could not get their crap together when it came to that. And I'm like, bro, Panthers have Fan Fest every single year on the same day. You guys can't figure this out? Come on, Clemson. Come on, Clemson. Jeez, man. I want to meet these players. I want to get to know them. You know what I mean? Like, not just see them on the field, but get to know them. Because it's so much more personal that way. Same with training camp, you know? Like, that's one of the biggest things I like to do. And it's so disappointing that I can't do that anymore. Because the university can't figure out how to schedule that. It's disappointing. Because I met so many Clemson players before they became pros, and it was so awesome. You know, to know that I met these guys, and they're on teams that represent NFL franchises, is amazing to me. I'm so excited and stoked for these players. You know, I met DeAndre Hopkins. I met Travis Etienne. I don't think I met Travis. Ugh. Okay. I don't think I met Trevor Lawrence because the lines were too long that day. But I did meet. You know, you'll have the tables of like defensive players and then offensive players and then the quarterback and then like a major wide receiver or somebody up there and then the coaching staff. So that's how it used to be set up. So like the lines for the quarterback would be a mile long. There's just no way. You only get given a certain amount of hours in there. So it'd be like 4 hours or something like that. So it's like you either choose the quarterback or you choose the offensive line and defensive line. Which one are you going to choose? You know what I mean? And you can only choose one. So it was frustrating to me that I didn't get a chance to meet him officially. I would have loved to. Oh, man, I would have loved to. But it is what it is, you know. But getting to meet a lot of these wide receivers and players like that, you know, face to face and saying, you know, and I would have at least one piece of Panthers gear on, and I'd be like, don't forget the Panthers. If you ever end up as a free agent, if you ever end up, you know, trying to go through the combine and try to get drafted, don't forget the Panthers, man. You know, represent the brand. And I talked to AJ Terrell, you know, when I met him at the mall a year or two ago. And I said, if you ever end up a free agent, man, we're always looking for corners. Just saying, if the money's right. Granted, he was a Falcons player at the time. It still is, but hey, if he ever becomes a free agent, we'll take him. We'll take him. I would love to have AJ Terrell. Are you kidding me? For the right contract? Yes. Sign me up, boss. Because AJ Terrell is a problem. This dude is a top 10 corner in the league. You know, unfortunately, you'd have to pay him top 10 money, but still, like, if the money's right and this dude's in a decline, I'll take him. Yeah. I'll take him right after his peak. Because that's when the money is going to start disappearing on his contracts. So if we can hit that perfect sweet spot on the decline, I want him. Because I want to milk the last 4 or 5 years out of his career. You know what I mean? And that's the trick. If you don't draft these Clemson players, the contracts out past the rookie contract are just through the roof. They are through the roof, dude. You're not getting them. And that's why we had so much trouble with DeAndre Hopkins. We wanted DeAndre Hopkins, don't get me wrong. We wanted Deshaun Watson, don't get me wrong. But the contract was, God, astronomically bad. It was $250 million the Browns put up for Watson. And that was before we knew about all the BS. You know what I mean? That came with it. We dodged a major bullet there. So, I mean, if you draft these guys early, there's a greater chance of getting them. Much, much greater chance. But if you don't draft them, you're cooked. You're cooked. You have to wait at least 6 or 7 years. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't catch them on that just out of that rookie contract, or at the end of their career, you're cooked. You're not getting them. That's just how that is. I wish it was different, but after we won 2 national championships and several ACC titles, so it doesn't surprise me. And we've dipped into the well of the South Carolina Gamecocks several times and been successful there too. So, I mean, whatever we're doing, it works. Best 53-man roster possible is what we're after. So, if it ends up being like half a dozen Gamecocks players, God forbid, then it ends up being half a dozen godforsaken Gamecocks players. You know what I'm saying? But, putting my bias aside, it's whatever is best for the team. Long-term wise, success-wise. That's what we're after. So, I know that was a long-term answer to your question, but hopefully, yeah. I do vouch for Isaiah Simmons still. Hopefully we can figure out a way to use him. I would prefer a linebacker. I don't want to see him at safety, but if you have to put him at safety, fine by me. Because we are having safety problems with Nick Scott as far as depth and coverage-wise. Although I don't think Isaiah would be able to help you there in coverage. He might. He's got to be better than Nick, right? He's got to be better than Nick. At least slightly. But mostly Isaiah Simmons would be a run stopper. That's what he does. That's what he did in Clemson, and that's what he's continuing to do now. Dan, will you make sure you always have a Dan, will you make sure you will always have a good O-line? That was the first thing he fixed when he became GM. Facts. Yes. That's the priority. Is the offensive and defensive line. Everything flows through that. It all starts there. If you fix both of those lines and they are solid, you're going to start winning games. Because then you can start, you got your foundation, you can start to build your windows, your walls, your plumbing, your electrical. If you're building a house, right? You build everything from the foundation up, right? So the foundation is your offensive and defensive lines. And a couple of star players on each side. Such as J.C. Horn on the defense. On offense, it would look like Chuba, right? So there you go. That was before Rico came along. Just got to make sure we have good depth, like you said. Yep. Nice jersey. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of fans wanted him over Brown. Yep. Speaking about Isaiah Simmons. Yep. Jeremy Chin was supposed to be our Simmons until we started using him as safety where he was not good. Where was he originally supposed to be? Was he supposed to be a linebacker, or where was he supposed to be originally? That's my question, because all I've ever seen of him was safety position. I heard he plays another position too, but I don't remember back in college. Somebody refresh my memory on that. But we could never figure out where to put him. It's like he was like a Chinese puzzle box. We couldn't figure out what to do with him. And I mean, this is not the first team that's had trouble doing that, because Washington's having that same problem too. So maybe it's not us that's the problem with him. Maybe it's the player. Because we're just not finding the right fit for him. And I mean, we spent three years with him, and we just couldn't get that perfect fit for him. And it's a shame, because I do like him. I do really like him as a player and as a person. It's just we just couldn't find that right fit, and that's unfortunate, I really like him. And I would not mind meeting him one day, or having a conversation with him. I would not. I think I think I did get an autograph from him at training camp. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. So yeah. Um, and at the time during training camp, you had like these posters, So you would basically do this like bingo. You know what I mean? So you would like use this and try to get signatures like from all the guys on their specific ones, and it was just fun. It was so much fun to do. So on this particular one, like, who did I get on this one? This was the extra copy that I grabbed, right? Yeah, this was the extra copy. I'm so glad they're still doing that because that is super cool. I love those. But you used to have like these little booklets too, and they would tell you about the city of Spartanburg, a message from the mayor of Spartanburg, a message from like the city of council of Spartanburg. You'd have the map of the training camp grounds. You would have the whole listing, numbers wise and name wise, of the players, both, in there. A message from the owner at the time, whether it be Tepper or Jerry Richardson, and so there'd be a page for that. And I don't know what else. I forget what else was in there. Oh, stuff about Wofford College was in there too. So that's what you would get like when we were doing like training camp in Wofford, South Carolina, which was really, really cool. I really enjoyed that. So getting some autographs in there, it felt like high school. You're getting autographs in your little yearbook, It's so fun. I loved it, dude. Oh man, I would get like 2 or 3 just to make sure like I got as many autographs as I could. But actually, these poster boards are better for that. Just bring your Sharpie, right? I was about 2 feet away from Luke Kuechly too, when he was in his last season. I was 2 feet away from Luke Kuechly. I almost got his autograph. Like, oh my God. It still pisses me off, even to this day. Because everybody was like, yeah, it's Luke Kuechly. Let's all gang up to this one spot in the freaking fence and then break the fence. So Luke Kuechly just like runs away, jumps into the cart and runs away. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. It was 2 autographs away, dude. 2 autographs away. Oh my God. I was so mad. But I was just like, dude, that almost happened. That was my favorite Panthers player besides Sam Mills. If I got that autograph, bro, I would be over the moon happy to get that autograph at training camp. You know how rare that is for anybody to get like Luke Kuechly autographs during training camps? How many of y'all actually have one? Because he doesn't go over to the fence very often back in the day. So, like, wow. Just great memories. I love training camp in Spartanburg, man. I loved it. I absolutely adored it. Before Tepper decided, and then it just felt like freaking high school all over again. It's like, okay, everybody move. We got to get you out of here. You had 30 minutes, to sign, to get autographs and stuff. It's like, you got like 30 minutes of lunch during high school. It's like, come on. This is BS. You're ruining the experience, bro. And then you're sitting on these like high school bleachers and crap. You know, it's like, come on. What is even the point of a VIP section in training camp if it's free and so is the basic people too? What is even the point of a VIP section? I don't understand. Somebody have... And then you're going to put the media in this like little rectangular box with like 3 windows and like a set of glass doors in a metal box during the middle of like 98-degree heat. Like, are you insane with all that camera equipment? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. This better be temporary. That's all I know. But I could go on and on and on about that, but I'm not going to. But yeah, we never did figure out what we were going to do with Jeremy Chin. But he was an outside linebacker before. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Now that I remember, now that I think of it, yeah, that's what he was, wasn't he? His rookie year, he was a linebacker where he was great. He fell over after we started him at safety. Yep. You're exactly right. You're exactly right, Heels Rule. I remember that now. Oh my God, I remember that now. And all throughout college, that's all he played was like outside linebacker. He played a little bit of safety, and that's why they put him at safety. He only played like so many snaps of safety, and it was enough that it convinced us to say, okay, let's try him at safety. Because for some reason it wasn't working, or the coach was like, I don't want to put him at linebacker, blah, 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 blah. You know, who was it at the time? Phil Snow? Phil Snow. That's exactly who it was. Phil Snow. Phil Snow said, I'm going to put this dude at safety. And I'm like, why? For what reason, dude? If he's better at offensive outside linebacker, then train him at outside linebacker. I understand we have a need at safety, but why not just draft a safety? Dumb coaching staff. Anyway, let's not even go down that rabbit hole. It's ridiculous. Anyway, let's talk about since we went over the offense, let's go over the defense. This is what we still need. We still need a pass rusher to help out with Princely. DJ Wanham is a run stopper. Alshon Robinson is a run stopper. Tashawn Wharton is a run stopper. We need a bona fide pass rusher. Power pass rusher. In order to offset Princely. Because they're just going to double up Princely. You know, they single coverage DJ Wanham. They single coverage Alshon Robinson and Tashawn Wharton. Because they know that these guys aren't going to get the push they need. That's the problem. So we still need a bona fide pass rusher. But Brian Ray is not it. Bobby Brown is not it. You know, Cam Jackson is not it. He's a good backup, but he's not it. I like Bobby Brown as well. He's a good backup. Well, I do like Tashawn Wharton as a run stopper, and I do like Alshon Robinson as a run stopper. I see the value there. I see that these guys need to stay. But we do need a bona fide pass rusher to replace DJ. DJ Wanham is just, he's not it. He's not it. That's where we can upgrade, in my opinion. I would like to see another linebacker, and let's upgrade on Thomas Incoon. Quaden's actually doing a little bit better. I'm going to give Quaden his grace right now. I'm going to let him do his thing, and let's just see how he does. But Trevin Wallace definitely deserves a starting role. No question about it. So I think that there are a lot of instances where Quaden is useful. So yes, I'm in favor of keeping Quaden for now. Bam Martin Scott, absolutely keep him. I like our corner room right now. If you recall, he needs his opposite. Julius Peppers always needed his opposite in order to succeed and push him to the next level. So that's what Princely needs. I think he's got the potential to do some stuff, but he reminds me of Mike Rucker a little bit. He does. But we need his counterpart, in order to succeed on the D line. But yeah, getting back to the corners, I like Mike Jack. I like J.C. Horn. These two are number 1 and number 2, no doubt about it. Chow Smith waiting in nickel, does not move. Absolutely does not move. Love him. Corey Thornton, I feel like that's where the upgrade could be made. The upgrade could be made there. Caleb Evans is worthless. We picked him up on a waiver wire. This dude has only got like a handful of tackles, and that's it. He has done absolutely jack nothing. Get rid of him. I don't even know why he's on the 53. I'm still frustrated that this man is still on the 53. I don't know why he's here. He does nothing on special teams, dude, but why is he here? If you're not making any plays, then why are you here? I'm not mad at him. Goodness, no. I'm just saying, why is he here? If you serve no purpose, then you're getting in the way. And we don't have time for that. We're trying to get a division title. You know what I mean? So if you need to make a roster move it with a Caleb Evans, please. As far as like bringing somebody up, please do. All right, I like the safety position right now, but we could use some help. I'm not in favor of Nick Scott right now. Here's the thing with Nick Scott. He is an excellent run-stopping tackler. When you push him up onto the line, he's an excellent run stopper. But he can't guard a parked car. That's the problem. He can't guard anything back there. And it's pissed me off multiple times. He's given up multiple points in the last 2 years. And I don't know why he's still here. Other than the fact that he can run stop. Which my whole thing is like we have tons of run stoppers already. So again, like trade him. That's what I was trying to get us to do at the trade deadline, and see if we can get like an offensive lineman at the time. Make that one last push, get 2 birds with 1 stone there. Move Nick Scott and a pick and see if you can get an offensive lineman. That could be good for depth. A multi-tool guy that could last for, 5, 6, 7 years. If we know how to use him right. Where we want him to start. You know what I mean? So, I like Damani Richardson. I think Damani can stay for now. I've seen enough out of this dude that I do like him. And I'd like for him to go and finish out his contract with us. I do like what I saw. I liked what I saw in training camp. I liked what I saw in preseason. I liked what I saw in the field, from Damani. He's got enough potential that I could see him sticking for a little bit. For how long, though, I don't know. Again, just tackling people at safety position. I need you to take that next step forward, Damani. I need you to show up. If we're gonna put Nick Scott, if we're gonna put consider putting Damani in that second safety slot, he needs to do something. You know what I mean? And right now, Lathan is winning that battle by a mile and a half. So, rightfully so, Lathan should win that battle by a mile and a half. And get that number 2 spot. I don't know why we're not starting Lathan over Nick. I have no idea. I've been complaining about that since the beginning of the season. And the management's just like, no. We need to put Nick Scott in. He's got years of experience. I don't care about the experience. Shoot. Shaq had years of experience. Where is he right now? That's my point. He's not even on our roster anymore. Nick Scott, yeah, you got a lucky pick that was tipped right to you. Awesome. But what else have you done? Literally, what else have you done other than run stop? That's what's, and Lathan Ransom is better than that. He's not exactly ball hawking it, but, the point is, he's getting it done. When he's been in safety coverage situations, he had done much better than Nick Scott. That is obvious as day and night. So, yes, absolutely, Ransom needs to start over Scott. I would do that every game. Screw just the Saints game. I want him in there every game. If you need Nick Scott in there for a run stop play, okay, cool. Put him in some packages. I don't have a problem with that. If you have to put him on the roster and you have to keep him here, then put him in some run stopping situations. That's what he's good at. Otherwise, don't put him on the field because he's a liability in coverage. Dude, Ransom should have been starting a long time ago. He should have been starting at the beginning of the year. I pretty much gave Nick Scott 2 games to get himself together, at the beginning of the year with the Jacksonville game and the Arizona game, and he just never got it together, and I was just like, all right, it's time to start Ransom. It was after that week 2 game. That's when I said, all right, Ransom needs to go in. Period. And put Nick Scott in run-stopping situations. At the time, I didn't know about Nick Scott's run-stopping ability. I wasn't paying attention to that because I was paying attention to everything else. So it wasn't until probably week 6 or 7, that's when I started to notice it. And I said, okay, yeah, I see the value. And that's why I said, okay, if we're going to move this dude in a trade, let's move him in a pick, and let's see if we can get an offensive lineman that we're hunting for as well. That we can keep for long term that's young. If we can find something in a bargain, let's go get it. But it just never materialized. So that's why I was like, okay, if that's what we're doing is no trades, that's fine. But we need to put Ransom in run stopping. That needs to happen. Yeah. Let's see. Did I miss anything? Third stringers, right? I see a little something in Jared Harrison Hunter. I do. I see a little something in Jared Harrison Hunter. but it's not quite enough. You know what I'm saying? For me to say, okay, let's keep him on the team. You know, at the end of the year. What has this dude done so far? Yeah, he hasn't done anything. He's a camp body. All right. Good to know. Return game. If we're going to give, it depends on these running, these rushing carry scenarios. If you're wanting to start one of these two, it depends on how many carries one of them gets and the other one doesn't. The one that doesn't get the majority of the carries needs to be a return man. That way he's at least making an impact. You know what I mean? But these guys are not going to get injured typically. That's why I wouldn't mind Jimmy Horn back there just in case you feel... If you're feeling like one of these guys might get injured back here, then Jimmy Horn. Because right now, he's just in there for trick plays. You know what I'm saying? And we can always throw in Trevor Etienne at any time we want. Do I feel confident in our kicking game? Yes. I like our kicking game. I like Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's been solid. Yeah, he's made 19 out of 23. That's an 82% field goal percentage, 57 long. What frustrated me is the fact that during this San Francisco game, Dave Canales, I'm looking at you for this one. Why did you try to put us into a kicking situation where it was a 4th and 6 or 7, maybe a 4th and 8, and you decided, okay, we're going to try to kick a career long with this dude at 58 when his longest is 57. And it's not smart. It's not smart football. So when you got into the Rams game, here's the difference. We decided to go for it on those situations. And guess what? We found a favorable matchup. And by the way, Ryan Fitzgerald's a rookie. I just want to point that out. He's a rookie. So we found a couple of 4th down situations that favored us, as far as matchup, and we took full advantage of it with a single high safety. And we got touchdowns out of them. Because we knew that defender could not handle it on those 4th down situations. So that, in retrospect, on the other hand, is smart football. That is smart football. Knowing that Bryce Young is hitting those plays. When called upon, and understanding that these matchups are there, and understanding that you have to hit these wide receivers without breaking stride, otherwise you're cooked. If you underthrow it, you're cooked. If you overthrow it, you're cooked. It has to be in the breadbasket on 4th down. And he was able to do that twice. Twice. Not once, but twice against the Rams. We got something cooking here. In field goal range. Right. If you're seeing a 4th and 6 or 7, go for it. Find a favorable matchup. Otherwise, punt the mess out of that ball. And try to get him pinned inside the 20. Our defense will handle the rest. Because I don't want us in those situations if we can't convert those 4. If it's decision time, I trust him for 55. I don't trust him from 57 on. I don't trust that. Because by some miracle, it has to go through. Otherwise, you're not getting anything. And the other team gets it at what? 45? Somewhere around there? That's good field position. And that puts pressure on the defense to make more plays. That's not good. That's not smart football. That's why I got so frustrated with Dave Canales on that one. Because, listen, if you don't think you can make that fourth down play with the offense, and you don't think that you're taking a 50-50 gamble at Fitzgerald from that distance, no, punt it. Punt it. Pin him inside the 20 and punt it. Even if it's a touchback, so be it. It's still better field position than where you're sitting at right now. Even if you have to eat the touchback. You ideally don't want to eat the touchback. But if you end up in that situation, delay of game penalty is acceptable, in order to back up and make sure you can pin him inside the 20. I will not be mad at that. I will say that is acceptable football tactic right there. Because that's what you're trying to do. You show me that you have a plan of attack right there, and I'll accept it. I can buy into that. I can show people this is what this was supposed to do. This was an acceptable penalty at that time period. Of course, you never want to take penalties unless you have no other choice, but in those situations, that is the better thing to do. Yo, what's up, man? Just hopped in to show some love to a smaller channel. Appreciate that. What's up, Pete Driz? How you doing, man? The team and where we stand right now, as far as like what this talent looks like right now. For the quarterly review, I do about 4 of these a year during the season. The first one comes about after week 4. The second one comes about mid-season, right before trade deadline. The third one comes week, I want to say 13 or 14, depending. And then the final one comes right now. Because either we're in the playoff hunt or we're not, and we need to decide what are we doing for. So that's where we're at, is the 4th one now, because we are in the playoff hunt right now. These are the things that we need to do in order to get in. And I'm just going over the roster. There are pieces that we really want to keep, at the end of the season. Are there pieces that we can carry over into next year and upgrade on? And are there pieces that we can draft to have the research on that just yet, to really dive into that and fully devote myself totally to that. So, as of right now, what I see that we need to upgrade on, tight end position eventually. We're not in immediate, need of that right now. But eventually. And by the way, what happened to Sanders? We don't see Sanders that much catching the ball anymore. It's been Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans. Where has Sanders been? No one's been asking that question. Is he healthy? Is he good? If he's good, then, why is he not going out for passes? I'm questioning that one. But beyond that, I don't really have that many questions about this team. I think that we're doing really, really well. Other than making sure that Bryce Young is in full control of his playbook and the play calling. From under center. Him control it. Anytime you try to wrestle away control of that play calling, it's not going to end well. We saw it in San Francisco. We saw it against the Saints. We saw it against New England. Anytime that you take away that play calling away from Bryce Young with his playbook that he has created, And you're limiting what those plays can be, and what you can do with them. You look at the San Francisco game. That was Dave Canales trying to run those plays. Not Bryce. Have you noticed that when Bryce is running these plays, he is audibling out of them? Constantly. He's constantly audibling. And that's exactly what Peyton Manning used to do. So, it's not the playbook. It's the coordinator. And that's what I've been saying is, do not hand Brad Isaac any type of play calling duties. Because we will be cooked. Look at the Saints game. And that's what pissed me off when I was in that building for that Saints game is they handed the play calling off to Brad Isaac that day. And it's not Bryce. It's not Bryce. We've seen the fact that Bryce is able to do these things when he has full control of these play calling duties. There is proof of that with a 445-yard game against the Falcons. Come on. Bryce Young calling this offense and Brad Isaac, who can't get more than 9 points against a Saints team that is absolutely dog water. That's pathetic. I don't understand why Dave Canales thinks he needs to wrestle away play calling duties. Oh, I think I see better things this week. No, Bryce, this is where I need you to lay down the law and say, no, this is my playbook now. I understand this is your playbook. These are your plays. But I need to run them the way I need to run them. Otherwise, we are going to take another loss. Do you really want to do that again? Or do you want to win out? The choice is yours, Dave. That's what I need Bryce to say. That's what needs to happen. I know that, but, I need him to grow a spine and say that to Dave. And say, this is what needs to happen. If you want to win games, this is what's got to happen. Period. We're done playing games. We're done playing this cat and mouse game of nobody can figure out who this team is. I want to win. That's what I need Bryce Young to say coming out of this bye week. You allow me to run these plays. Look at the scoreboard. That's all I need to see. That's all I need to see, boy. Boys and girls. Because this man can win. This man can win along with the other pieces that he has. It's a team game. It's not just about the quarterback. It's a team game. So whenever you have these discussions about the quarterback, it's a team game. You have to rely on your running back. You have to rely on your tight ends. You have to rely on your wide receivers. And most of all, your offensive line. If you can't rely on your offensive line, you're already cooked. You're not getting anything done. If your wide receivers are dropping the ball and you got protection, that's on the wide receivers. That ain't on you. If you're throwing the ball right, that's on them. Don't worry about that. The GM will handle that. The GM and head coach will handle that. Because that's personnel. If your running backs are dropping the ball and fumbling them, let the head coach handle that. That's not your problem, Bryce. That is not your problem to solve. If your tight ends cannot block properly, that is the coach's decision, and that is the coach's problem. That is on Dave. So if your running backs are not getting enough yards on a screen play or on a jet sweep because, say, one of our tight ends is not big enough, to keep control of the blocks, and he the running back only gets like 3 or 4 yards because of it instead of like 5 or 6. That's on the coaching. That's on strength and conditioning. You know, these tight ends need to go back into the weight room. You know, build up, bulk up, work on blocking drills. You know, and then come out the next week and then ball out. That's what I need to see. You know, I need to see constant improvement. If this team is not constantly improving, then what are we doing? We're blowing smoke at the league. You know what I mean? We've got the talent, but we're just blowing the smoke. So let's stop blowing smoke and let's take this seriously. And you know, I said the same thing right before we played the Dolphins. Did I not? I said the same thing. I said, y'all let me know when you're ready to take this game seriously. Y'all let me know when you're ready to take this season seriously. They came out there and they beat the Dolphins. So I said, all right, you have my attention. We went out there. Then we beat the Cowboys. And I said, all right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. These boys are serious about this now. These boys are serious. They really want this. Let's refine our technique. Let's go into that Jets game. Let's shut down Justin Fields. We did. Look at the defense, man. Look at the defense shut Justin Fields down to 6 points. And at the time, this dude was averaging about 20 points a game. Somewhere around that range. 20 to 25 points a game. I said, all right, bet. We know we're not beating the Bills. Let's just eat that loss. You know, I was like, that's fine. That's fine. That's developmental and that's healing. Let's get everybody healed up during that Bills game. During that Bills week. And let's go out and let's attack the Green Bay Packers. We came out, we did just that. We did just that. We attacked the Green Bay Packers and we won. And then we let Brad Isaac control the playbook in the Saints game. And that's where we went wrong there. The defense did their job. They held them to 17 points. They did what they were supposed to do. And that's with Olave on the field too, by the way. So then we came back out and we said, screw the Falcons, we're winning in the Dome. So we beat the Falcons in the Dome. And I said, all right, bet. What's next? Niners? That's when the playoff scenario started. That's when I said, okay, we're taking this seriously now. We have a serious shot at this now. Let's not screw it up. This is the first time we have a serious chance at this in 10 years. Legitimately, with a winning record, let's not screw this up. So we took on the 49ers. We got cooked because guess who decided he wanted to control the play calling that day? Dave Canales. I said, no. No. First half, okay, give 49ers, the 49ers defense their credit. They were balling. Second half, you had every chance to hand that ball control of these play calls over to Bryce, and you didn't do it, Dave. That's your stubbornness. That is your L to take. The Saints game, Brad Isaac, that is your L to take. I don't want to hear the excuses of lack of execution. No. It's not lack of execution. It's you handing the playbook over to somebody that should not have it and calling these plays and not doing anything with the ball. The defense was sweating all game long for you. and held the 49ers to 20 points. You should consider yourselves lucky and be buying them steak dinners that score wasn't higher than that. I'm dead serious. You guys should be buying them steak dinners on that D-line that they held the 49ers to 20 points, because that could have been ugly. You're doing it with CMC. Consider yourselves lucky. I've seen the 49ers beat up on teams. You're lucky they didn't do that. They're not playing to their full potential this year. You're lucky on that front too. They're severely weakened on offense. But defensively, oh no. They're not. They're not at all. And all of them made us pay for it. So then you handed the play calling duties back to Bryce Young, and we won against the Rams. What do you know? Do you see what happens, Dave, when you stop being stubborn? And you let... Do you see what happens? Lo and behold, we're still in the playoff race. We beat one of the West Coast teams. We beat the number one team in the entire freaking NFL right now and knocked them out of the first seed. Imagine that. Imagine what happens when you actually hand the play calling duties to Bryce Young with a solid offensive line. That you are lucky these guys are holding their own this entire year. For you. For Bryce Young. As well. Because I watched Chandler Zavala. This dude was not doing what he's been doing, this year against these teams. I've seen him screw up way too many times. I've seen Brady Christensen on holding calls. I've seen, you name it, I've seen it in the last 3 years with this offensive line. You should be lucky that this offensive line is holding their own. Because that is what turns into 445-yard days. That is what gets us victories. Not that clown crap that we did against the Saints. Not that clown crap of you controlling the freaking playbook, Dave Canales, during the San Francisco game. In the second half. Stop being complacent. So if you learn anything this week, learn that from one of the Rams players that was talking about that specific topic. About complacency. Because if you want a trip to the playoffs, you cannot be complacent. You have to go attack mode. You have to be predators. Green Bay is a predator. Dallas is a predator. And we took down both. San Francisco is a predator. That's why they're in the playoffs every year. But Dave Canales, you want to be stubborn and you want to play around too much with this play calling. I'm telling you, if we miss the playoffs because of you, so help me, Brad is gone. You little statistician guy, he's gone. I want him out the building. I don't want that key card to work after this year. Period. I'm done playing. We're trying to get a playoff trip, man. We're trying to progress. Not just stay there, but progress. And make the most out of every season that we can get. If that lowers our draft pick, so be it. Now is not the time to be concerned about the draft pick. Everybody's soft this year. Take advantage. Green Bay was soft. We took advantage. Dallas was soft. We took advantage. The Dolphins were soft. We took advantage. The Rams were soft. We took advantage. The Falcons were trash. We took advantage. Y'all see what I'm saying? This is... Dave Canales, this is not the time to go complacent mode with the play calling. And being stubborn over there. Did y'all catch what he said in that locker room? He said, I tried to take it away. This is your team. I tried to take it away from you, but you wouldn't let me. Why are you trying to let them take it away? Why are you trying to take it away from them in the first place? Let them lead. The most important value of a leader is sometimes recognizing when the student has to teach you something. You're supposed to be a head coach. Sometimes you have to let the players teach you something. You know what I'm saying? And finally, I think the light bulb is coming on. I think it's starting to come on. I don't know. But I think so. But we cannot afford any more of that. Any more of what we saw during that Saints game. I don't want Brad Isaac anywhere near that playbook again. On game day. You hear me? Nowhere near it. He can read off percentages. I don't care. From the booth. That's fine. But I don't want him anywhere near that playbook calling those plays. If that man calls any of these plays during the next 4 games, we are cooked. Cooked with a capital C. You hear me? I don't want him anywhere near that press box either. You know, answering questions. No more Q&As for Brad Isaac from this point forward. We are trying for a playoff push. This dude will give away the store if you give him 3 questions in a Q&A. You're talking about what type of routes people are doing, if this X player is doing blah, 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 in this type of coverage, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, shut up, Brad. Shut up. You've answered the question already. Shut up. Stop talking, bro. God, it's annoying. Do these guys not realize how many freaking NFL scouts are sitting in that freaking room? Do they not realize how many people come and watch this crap on the internet? From other teams? And they use that as their strategy to beat you? Use your brains. Oh my God, use your brains. Crap, man. And then I saw Dave Canales almost about to do the same thing. And I was just like, no. Do not take a page out of your best buddy's book, out of your fishing buddy's book, and do the same bull crap on a freaking Panthers huddle, man. Don't do it. Not during a playoff push, man. Like, are you... This is the stuff that annoys me, man. Like, if we were having a terrible season, I would say, fine, do whatever you want. I don't care. This team is trash anyway. We're going for a draft pick. Screw it. You know, you probably won't have a job next year anyway. You know? But we're in the middle of a playoff push. You don't do that during the middle of a playoff push. That's stupid football. And if I catch you doing it again, I'm going to call you out for it. And I'm going to throw all the smoke at you for it. Both of you. Like, sometimes I got to do that, man. Sometimes I got to do it. I don't like being that guy that points this crap out and gets mad over it. somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to be Papa Bear here and say what needs to be said. You know, and lay down the law. Because if you don't lay down the law and you don't have discipline, you don't know what the heck you're doing, and you give up all the trade secrets, here comes 4 losses. You know what I'm saying? This is not it. We have the first chance at a legitimate playoff division crown for the first time in 10 years. Stop playing bullshit games. Excuse my French. But that's exactly what it is. Stop playing games. Get serious about this. I challenged y'all after the Dolphins game to get serious about this, and I'm challenging you now. Right before the Dolphins game. I'm challenging you now. Get serious about this. Stop playing games. Get serious. I want 3 wins out of the next 4. Period. Y'all want a playoff trip? Give me 3 wins out of the next 4. And 2 of them have to be against Tampa. And we doggone better beat the Saints. I don't want to hear any excuses why we get swept by the Saints. I don't want to hear any excuses. None. Do not let that happen out of a break. Do not let that happen out of a bye week. Please. For the love of everything great on this earth, do not let that happen. We cannot get swept by the garbage Saints. Not after all the work we put in. That is inexcusable. That is inexcusable. This isn't about what games we need to win, you know, in order to get into the playoffs. Because we could easily drop the Saints game and still get in. My point is, do not drop this game. Because we need revenge against those Saints. Do y'all remember? We got blown out by the Saints. We lost to the Saints, bro. I was in the building for that. I was there on November 9th. We lost by 10, bro. We lost by 10 in a winnable game. And it kicked us out of a wild card opportunity. What do you think the next time we lose to the Saints will do to us? Y'all better not. Y'all better not. That's disrespect if y'all give up that Saints game again. Disrespect from the Saints. And we will never hear the end of this. Hear the end of it from Saints fans if we don't make the playoffs. We will never hear the end of it because that's the only two. There's like only 3 teams that they can actually trash talk right now. And those are the teams that they beat. That's incredible. There's only 2 teams that can trash talk right now, and that's the Giants and us. They have 0 room to trash talk. Let's not give them any more. This is a trash team. Let's call it what the heck it is. They got blown out by the Seahawks. They got blown out by the Bills. They got blown out by the Pats. They got blown out by the Buccaneers. Come on. They got blown out by the Rams. They got blown out by the Falcons. The trash Falcons team that we just doubled up on and swept under the rug. And they lost to the Dolphins, who are not playing well right now. But are actually playing a little bit better than they should be right now. Point is, the Saints are garbage. We have zero reason to lose to this team a second time. Zero reason. We had zero reason to lose to them in the first place. This was a... No. Hold up. This was a one-win Saints team that we lost to in Charlotte. In the bank. A one-win Saints team. Lose to them again, God help us all. Because we're never going to hear the end of it from Saints fans. We're going to have Saints fans coming up into the chats and blah, 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 blah. We didn't win many games when we beat the Panthers. Shut up. Where y'all sitting? Same place we are. Sitting on the couch at the end of the year. Well, another team claims our spot as division crown. I don't want to hear the excuses. I don't want to hear the blame. I don't want to hear nothing if we lose to the Saints. If you say the same words of lack of execution one more time, Dave Canellis, if we lose that game, I'm going to flip out. I am going to let you know under no certain terms that I am pissed on stream with you. Don't try it. Don't test it, bro. Don't test it. Because I'm trying to tell you, this is not the time for that. This is not the time for that, bro. We're trying to win a division crown. Not pick daisies off the sidelines. And play musical chairs and hope to God that we beat the next team. Okay, I think we have enough talent, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, let's not play games with that. Dude, don't play games with that. You know what you're supposed to be doing, so do it. You know the formula for success. Why do you keep messing it up? That's what's frustrating to me. It's like whenever we get a big win like what the one we just got, we leave our brains on the plane and leave them on autopilot. For a team that is using intelligent football tactics like we just saw against the Rams, you know, and then you go into a Saints game and watch this, we're going to freaking choke. We're only going to put up like 10 points. It's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, let's use our brains? Let's not use our... who we are? As a team? Is this our identity as like the flip-flopping brain? Or are we a consistent team that actually uses smart football tactics and we get the wins that we need? Now, I'm going to say this. We had zero shot against the Bills. I'm not counting that one. That's not what I'm counting right now. Okay? Everybody in this fan base knew we had zero shot against the Bills. Zero. Except for the few that were just stubborn about it. You know? And yes, I did encounter a couple of people that were stubborn about it. And I said, okay, believe what you want to. Your money. You know, do what you want to do. But my whole thing is like, we knew that was going to be the result. Let's be real here. Let's not sugarcoat it. We knew that was going to be the result. And that's exactly what we used that game for, is the developmental game. So, that was the letdown game, and I'm so glad it happened right there. I am so glad it happened right at that exact timing. And got on the plane, went to Green Bay, inexcusable. San Francisco game, inexcusable. And if we lose this game in the Superdome, that's inexcusable. But then you come back and you beat the Buccaneers. Okay, cool. So here's what I see. Do not take that sweep from the Saints. Do not do it. I understand the pattern. Oh, the pattern. Okay, cool. We drop the Saints game. We win the Buccaneers. We get two. Let's run the scenario. Let's see where that puts us. Because no. Let's see where that puts us. Y'all need to understand. 9-8. 9-win team. 9-8. What will we need to make that happen against the Buccaneers? Where the Buccaneers only get 9 wins? Let's find out. Buccaneers. They have to beat the Dolphins. They're going to lose to us. They're going to lose to us again. But the Falcons have to get this upset. Otherwise, 10 wins. Do you see the problem here? We're relying on the Falcons to upset the Buccaneers in order to take the division. But if we beat the Saints, we don't have to rely on that. Because do you see my point, folks? This Saints game, you cannot drop this Saints game. You cannot. We crash out on stream. I will absolutely crash out. Because that means we have to beat the Seahawks in order to make this happen. Do y'all really want to be in a position where we have to beat the Seahawks to do that? To win the division? Do y'all really want to be in that spot? Where we have to take 2 out of 3 of the West Coast teams when we could just beat the Saints? It's not complicated, dude. This is a 2-win Saints team. We can do this, man. That's why I get so frustrated with this team when we're in playoff pushes like this, because we know that this is... I don't get it. Have we become the Atlanta Falcons? On that respect? Like, I don't... Have we become the Atlanta Falcons when it comes to that? Do you really want to be the Atlanta Falcons in that scenario? Then don't lose. It's as simple as that. We have everybody healthy coming out of the bye. There is zero excuse. Zero excuse why we cannot go on a 2-game winning streak right now. Coming out of the bye. Zero. And as far as the future of this team, it's looking upwards. If we make the playoffs, let's say we make the playoffs, all right? Let's say everything goes the way it should. Let's say everything goes the way it should. And it's exactly this scenario, right? We beat the We beat the Saints. Okay, cool. We still take that L to the Seahawks. Okay, cool. So we're in that fourth seed. Fourth seed regardless. Because the Eagles aren't losing. We know that. The Bears aren't losing. We know that. You know, certainly aren't losing. So there's no higher seeding that we can get. Which is wild. You know, because we would still have a higher seeding than the Seahawks, you know, at 5, and they're 13-4. So that's crazy, dude. Like, that's with the win over us. Would be 13 wins. Okay, so wild card round. We face the Seahawks in the first round. Now, I want you to remember, if we lose to the Seahawks, it wasn't this. We beat the Seahawks in the first round. Let's go ahead and call this a Bills win over the Steelers. Steelers don't quite have enough firepower, so I'm going to call a Houston upset over the Colts. I'm going to say Pats over the Jags. And let's say Chicago. Little old Chicago gets the win that they need. For the Bears. Split with the Bears. Yeah, split with the Bears. Okay, so we're right where we need to be. Good. Okay. Divisional round. We will be playing the Rams, and this is where we get cooked. Because the Rams are going to be looking for revenge. Rams and Eagles, NFC Championships. Denver and Buffalo. This is realistically what I see happening. There is a Denver upsets Buffalo. There's a high chance. Denver's got some talented people, and Buffalo seems to be choking in the playoffs once they get to the championship round. That's been a thing so far. Rams and Eagles, Broncos this year. Looks like a very plausible scenario. And Super Bowl. I don't. That's a tough game. That's a tough call right there. I don't know who's going to win that thing. Because the Broncos are a really talented team. And the Rams have a lot of talent themselves. That could get real interesting very quickly. That's if everything goes as planned, I think. Because let's back it up to where we're at, you know, and let's say all of this happens, right? You know, Detroit somehow beats Dallas and knocks them out. No, but Dallas somehow recovers and they're still in. Green Bay splits with Chicago. I can see that happening. Vikings beat Washington. Seattle beats Atlanta. Although there's always a weird opportunity for an upset there when those two play each other. Especially in Atlanta. So you never know. But not this year, I don't think. Saints, Rams over the Cards, Eagles over the Chargers. I just feel like the Eagles have more talent than the Chargers do. Jets over the Dolphins, Pittsburgh over Baltimore, Colts over the Jags, Browns over the Titans, of course. This is actually a winnable game for Cleveland for once. Browns over the Raiders. Bills over the Bengals. And I'm picking the Texans in a surprise upset over the Chiefs. If you've been watching Houston lately, you know why I'm picking them. But let's take a look at Houston real quick, and you'll see why I'm picking them. If you've been watching the last 4 games, they beat the Jaguars, they beat the Titans. Okay, cool. You know, 2 cheap teams that aren't really that good. But they beat the Bills 23-19, and they beat the Colts in Indianapolis 20-16. Now, are the Texans due for a letdown game? Yes. But the Chiefs have been struggling. The Chiefs have been struggling against good teams. And let's not sugarcoat it. Houston is a good team right now. So, I am picking the upset there. And I am choosing Houston. So let's go on to Week 15. These are the scenarios I see happening. Chargers over the Chiefs. Play really well. But it knocks the Chiefs anyway. Why do I say that? If you watched the Bengals in the last game, it's kind of a surprise. To be sure. Nobody was expecting that random win over Baltimore. The way that they beat them, too. And the casual fan is like, oh, but Baltimore has Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? That's what everybody else is thinking, too. That's what we're all thinking. And they come in and they get that upset. And it's like, what? So, every now and then, the Bengals have come in and cause some chaos. Because look, they almost beat the Patriots 26-20. They gave the Bears a wake-up call too. Look at that, 47-42. Look at that. 39-38 against the Jets. When just 31-31 there. Shoot. This team, there's some interesting things about this team. When Joe Burrow is playing, it gets really interesting to watch this team. Joe Flacco, give Joe Flacco his due. But Higgins over there, you still got a few weapons in Cincinnati. But this is something that you did not expect to see in this score right here against the Ravens. It came out of left field. And they play the Ravens again, except this time it's going to be in Cincinnati. I'm going to go ahead and say Baltimore on this one. Let me change that up and say Baltimore. It won't matter. It won't make a difference. Only in draft picks. Yeah, I'm going to change that up because they're due for another loss anyway. All right, if New England wants to prove that they're legitimate, they need to beat the Bills. Plain and simple, they need to beat the Bills. If they want to show people that this is not just a soft schedule and they're not going to get knocked out in the first round, beat the Bills. Prove it. Prove it. If you can't prove it, and you can't handle the fire in the kitchen, get out the kitchen, bro. That's what I'm saying. Alright, so I'll pull off the miracle upset over the Jets. I can see that happening. Because it's any given Sunday, a lot of weird stuff happens. I see that happening. Texans over the Cards, Bears over the Browns, Eagles over the Raiders, San Francisco over Tennessee. Easy ones right there. Seattle with a surprise upset over the Colts is the game upcoming, except for me, because I have been watching Seattle very, very closely, and I've been watching the Colts struggle week after week after week and just get weaker and weaker and weaker to where they're 8-4 now. You know, they lost to the Chiefs, they lost to the Texans, two very good teams. You know, and they dropped the Steelers game as well. Of course, you know, you beat the Titans, you beat the Falcons. I'm not going to give you a cookie for what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be beating these two teams. You're supposed to be beating the Cardinals, the Raiders, you know, the Titans. You know, you're supposed to be beating these teams. Now, what I will give you credit for is the Broncos game. The Chargers game was impressive. But that's about it. Colts, you know, this is a soft schedule, really. I'll give you credit for the Dolphins game because Tua was playing. I'll give you credit for that too. But the rest, nah. And I do give you credit for coming within 7 points of the Rams. But if you are going to be a legitimate problem right now, Colts, you need to take that next step forward and beat the Seahawks. Show us, you know, that you are a legitimate threat. And that we should take you seriously. Otherwise, we're going to be thinking the same thing as New England. It's like soft schedule, soft schedule, soft schedule. You know, do it what you're supposed to be doing, but you're not, you know, when you face a legitimate opponent, then what happens? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking at the Colts like, show me something. You know? Show me you got more. Same with New England. Show me you got more backbone than just a cheap win. And I'll buy in. Because you got the Niners after that. You got the Jags. You got the Texans. Garbage. You know, 2-2. 2-3 finish, really. Because I can see them losing to the Texans at the end of the year. I could see them beating the Jags twice. And losing to the 49ers and the Seahawks. I'll give you a 3-2 finish. I'll give you a 3-2 finish. 9, 10, 11 wins. I'll give you that. But I think upset pick of the week right here. And people are not going to see it coming. It's going to shock the NFL. Watch. Broncos are going to beat the Packers. They've got more talent. They're better. So, what happens if we even when and the Buccaneers, this game won't matter. But I'm going to pay attention to this game anyway because I want the Falcons to win anyway. It helps us, regardless of the situation. But I'm going to go ahead and say that happens right there. So, Washington beats the Giants. Rams beat the Lions. We beat the Saints. Cowboys beat the Vikings. Easy. You know, week 16. Week 16, Chiefs get an easy win over the Titans. Ravens actually lose to New England. Right there. I'm going to go ahead and say that. Bills, East, Broncos, good win over the Jags there. I could see that game being a little, knowing they've got the 6th seed right now. They're going to get lackadaisical a little bit. I could see that happening, but I don't see an upset. Dolphins over the Bengals. Bengals actually do win that game, though. Oof. It won't matter. It won't matter. I'll call it Bengals win because Burrow's back. So, is it too little too late for Burrow, though? I think it is. Cowboys and Chargers. I see the Cowboys winning that game. We'll see how that works out, though. Jets and Saints. We'll say the Jets because the Saints are garbage. Steelers over the Lions. Yeah. I'm not impressed by the Lions. Got the Colts over the 49ers. Now here's the interesting thing. Don't underestimate the Niners. If that becomes an upset as well, that's not going to look good for the Colts. And it's going to give the Texans an opportunity to try to take the division. So, Colts, please don't drop that game. I would really rather you didn't. Because it gives you 3rd seed. If they fail, Pittsburgh gets 3rd seed with 11-6. Imagine that. Alright, so Rams beat the Seahawks by like 3 points. Game of the in week 16. We're going to be paying close attention to that game. When does that? They haven't said anything yet, right? Let me see when that's going to be. I need to check the official website, I think. No, I just need to check their page. Hold on. That is at 8:15. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Prime Video. Dang it. Dang it, I wanted to watch that. Son of a gun. Well, I'm not paying for Prime Video. I might pay for NFL Plus so I can go watch some of the replays and stuff like that and watch our games in particular. Just so I can go and pay Prime Video. No, I'm not doing that. But I really would like to watch that game in particular and just see what's going on. If this becomes a primetime game, I would really like to watch that. Bears with their surprise upset on the Packers here. You know, impacting that wild card battle. But let's say Green Bay wins it. They're still not getting the division. It doesn't matter. Even though they're 6-0 in the division, they still can't crack them because the Bears have a higher record. But let's just say the Bears win this game just for the heck of it. Just for the sake of fun and giggles, right? Because the Packers aren't moving from 7. We know that. Eagles beat the Washington Commanders. Vikings beat the Giants. Giants are absolute dog water. They come close, but they don't beat the Vikings. In Charlotte. Falcons beat the Cards. Denver beating KC. Yeah, don't overlook Denver, guys. Denver is a very, very dangerous team. They've been putting up some numbers this year. Let me show you what Denver's been up to. Just so y'all know. This is why I'm not sleeping on Denver at all. I'm wide awake with Denver. Denver's a scary team. I don't know how they amass all these pieces together in such a short amount of time, but they did. I'm impressed with that GM. Like, lost to two good teams. Beat a trash Bengals team. Beat the Jets. Okay, I give you credit for it. Still needs work. They beat the Cowboys. Defense still, again, needs work. Okay, so they beat the Texans. Cool. Raiders, trash Raiders team. They didn't take that one seriously. They were looking at the Chiefs. 22-19. It's not quite there. You know what I'm saying? So let's call this what it is. You know, you got the Raiders, you got the Packers, you got the Jags, you got the Chiefs, and the Chargers to finish up. So, particularly dangerous Broncos team, they'll beat the Raiders. That won't be a problem. It'll be a low-scoring affair. They'll beat the Jags, and it'll be a low-scoring affair because they're looking at the Chiefs again. But this Chiefs game, do we see the Chiefs finally emerging from their cocoon and getting a win there? Do we see that? That's the question. Let's say they do. Chiefs are 10-7 still to finish the season. But 10 wins is their cap. They're going to need some help if they want to get in. They need the Texans or the Jags to lose. But if they lose that game, they're cooked. They're absolutely cooked. And they're out. So if the Chiefs don't win that game in week 17, bye-bye to your playoff chances. All right, so Texans beat the Chargers somehow. They pull off the impossible and they beat the Chargers. Colts beat the Jags. Patriots over the Jets. Steelers over the... They've got the stronger team right now. The Dolphins have been winning lately, but the Buccaneers are the Buccaneers. So I do see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers winning that game. Saints over the Titans. Bengals over the Cards. Ravens taking the L against Green Bay. I should have changed that earlier. I just see Jordan Love having a better day. I honestly, Lamar Jackson, like, God, man, I want to believe in Lamar Jackson this year, but he's just not having good luck. The Raiders over the Giants. I'm gonna say Giants upset right there. I'm gonna say Giants upset. I think that's the one actually outscore their opponent. The one time. Cowboys over Washington. Lions over the Vikings. Now, can we beat the Seahawks? Yes. Will it matter if we don't at that point? No. If we beat the Saints, it will not matter. That's why this Saints game is so important. And I'm trying to tell you, Panthers, don't do it. Alright, the Bears somehow come out with a win there. I don't know how against San Francisco. We'll see. Right? Rams over the Falcons? Sure. Week 18. Chiefs win over the Raiders. Broncos over the Texans in Houston, by the way. Bengals over the Browns. Bills over the Jets. Patriots over the Dolphins. Although there's always room for a Dolphins upset here. Pats have been cruising along. Cruising along, cruising along. Watch this. Boom. Ooh. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Be careful, New England. Be careful with that Dolphins game. If you're getting a wild card, be careful with that. Oh, and the Bills would have the third one. That's your 3. Interesting. The Chiefs would be outside looking in. Chargers would be outside looking in. The Dolphins managed to pull this off. Look at New England getting 5th seed. I'm curious to see how much that's going to change things. Let's leave that in. Let's leave that in for now. Let's see how much that's going to change things. I'm curious. Pittsburgh over Baltimore. You know what? I might just choose Baltimore here. Pittsburgh's getting a little bit cocky here lately. Let's choose Baltimore. Let's get Lamar Jackson some breathing room. Jags over the Titans. Rams over the Cards. Seahawks over the Niners. Trust me. Green Bay over the Vikings. Although don't ever discount a Vikings upset, against Green Bay. That's happened a lot, by the way. Do they have the talent to do it again? I don't know. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? What if the Lions win? How would that change things? It wouldn't. Oh, it would put the Lions at 10 wins. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. That's another one we're keeping an eye on. Oh, no. We don't want the Lions in there, in that mix. Y'all. We win over Tampa for week 18 to take the division. We're still facing Seattle regardless. We win that game. We'll take that. That's a home game against Seattle, by the way. Eagles beat the Green Bay Packers. San Francisco and the Bears. This is the more interesting scenario here. The Bears have had a good run. Don't get me wrong, but when you're facing San Fran, you got to against the Bears. At least one. Okay, New England and seed area. Yes, I like this. I like this for New England. Ooh, I like this scenario too. Houston's going to win over the Colts. Look at this. The Bills are going to win there over the Jags. Somehow, I don't know how. By some miracle. It's dude, it's so weird. How did the Jacks? How are the Jacks sneaking in? That's what I want to know. Hold up. Soft schedule against the Titans. Week 14. They get their butt kicked by the Colts. Week 15. They actually beat the Jets. Yeah. Yeah. Then they lose to the Colts again. Week 18. Who do they have? Another soft Titans team. Wow. Wow. So the Jags might... That's crazy, dude. Now. They would need to win against the Texans. That's really it. They cannot lose to the Texans. If they don't lose to the Texans, but they still drop this Chargers game, they still need one more win. They get it against the Titans, week 16, week 17, bye week. Oh, no. Denver's going to beat them in 17. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. They've got to beat the Texans. That's number one. If they beat the Texans, that they're in for that one. Then they cannot. They've got to beat the Chargers. Sorry, slow internet. In weeks 14 and 15, Chiefs are in. And then they become a problem. But let's say they do that. Chiefs against the Colts, yep. That is where the Texans' ride ends. When you face Buffalo, you're done. Eagles, San Fran. Alright. Next round. We face the Eagles in the divisional round, and San Fran, that's where your ride ends because the Rams are better. Buffalo, this is where your ride ends because of New England. So, the Chiefs and Broncos, that is going to be the key game of the AFC playoffs right there. That's going to be wild. Whoever wins that thing deserves to be in the AFC Championship versus the Bills. That's going to be very, very interesting. And I'm going to say it belongs to Denver. Because the Chiefs shouldn't even be there, technically. So Denver sneaks up on the Bills and gets that upset. And the Rams get their upset on the Eagles. So here's your Super Bowl. The Rams and Denver. Who wins that? Who knows? Really even. I have no idea who's taking that thing. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm tempted to say the Rams, but Denver. Here's the thing: when we were in the Super Bowl Super Bowl 50, do you guys remember when we were fully decked out and still lost against Denver? We still beat. It did not matter. They still had just enough players, and things went awry in that game, just in a certain way that Denver won. Now, if you consider this time Denver doesn't have Peyton Manning, but they do have that type of luck to where I think that they will probably emerge as a Super Bowl champion this year. I don't know, though. If this game gets... man. If the Rams start out hot and Matthew Stafford plays the way he's supposed to, that's your Super Bowl champion. I could see that happening. I'm going to run those same scenarios on a different draft simulator later. Other simulator tells us exactly what our draft pick will be. If we get 4th seed and we're 10 and 7, 5 and 1, what would our seeding be? Five in one division. Such a NFL draft order, or potentially out of the first round entirely if they make a deep playoff run. Deep playoff run, I think. I could see from the before it was anywhere between 19 and 25. Now that's probably changed. So what I will do is I'll run that again throughout this week, in the next 2 days, and I will run that on the preview stream. I'll show you guys where our draft pick would be. I'll briefly show you, on 2. I would not mind doing that during bye week. But it would be a game stream, And that's what I was hoping to do today, is just game stream and show you guys what we're doing. But that's where we're at. That's why I wanted to also stream on Twitch, is because I wanted to do some gaming on there too today. I can game for a couple of hours, and then probably call it after that. So that's really the plan right now. Alright, so let's get to the final topic of this stream, which is Bryce Young. Are we giving this man a 5th-year option, or are we giving him a long-term contract? And this is where you guys come in, because I want to hear your opinions. Because I'm going to say what I want to say, and then I'm going to let you guys chime in. And then I can open up Discord if we want to, as well, to open up discussions if we want to. That would be fine. That would be cool with me. As of right now, I've seen enough potential from Bryce Young that I want to say at least a 5th-year option, at the very least. You cannot let this man, not let him go to another team. I think we all agree on after that performance of like 448 yards against the Falcons, yeah. And the Rams win, and the significant wins that we got this year, yeah. I'm no. There's no way this dude needs to be anywhere near free agency. No. If we do, we're idiots. Because that means we have to develop a whole new quarterback and then start all over. Heck no. Heck no. I will not permit that. Not after the success we just had. I will crash all the way out on stream on that one. No. So the debate obviously is 5th-year option or long-term contract. At this point, there is no C. A lot of people feel that he has not proven enough to them, and it really just depends on like what you view as an elite quarterback, what you view as a franchise quarterback. Everybody's got a different opinion of that, and it's very subjective. And now is the time to have this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Now is the time to have these types of conversations. So like I put this off, you know, and I've kind of ignored a lot of the other streams, you know, when it came to this discussion because I didn't feel like it was necessary to jump into it, you know, because at this point it just sounded like the same regurgitated conversations about Bryce Young, which I'm not about that. You know what I mean? Like, don't waste my time with that. We had other fish to fry, you know? We had pass rush issues. We had linebacker issues. We had safety issues. We had offensive line issues. You know, take your pick. You know, we had issues that we were looking at other than that, you know? And play calling issues. The playbook itself works. That's not in question here. The playbook itself is perfect. Bryce Young is calling it. We're on target. When Dave Canales wrestles it out of his arms, we get in trouble. When Brad Isaac calls it, we're cooked. I need this coaching to take accountability for the dumb stuff this franchise have struggled with for 10 years is accountability. Source of the problem. Everything else. No. It can never be as a source of the problem. It can never be that. That's my problem with this. If you've been looking at everybody else's streams and everybody else talking about this stuff, you know, you'll notice that. Point blank, you'll notice it. And it will frustrate you to no end. But what I'm saying is, let them talk their crap, because we all know the truth. And once you know the truth, it will set you free with this team. We all know the truth, and it has set us free from all the recycled garbage that you're hearing about that. So it's a waste of time listening to all these because they're too busy arguing about comparisons of other quarterbacks. You know, what is this stat line is, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, I'm done with all that. I'm done with all that. It's time to get down to the nitty gritty. Do you want him to get a 5th-year option or do you want a multi-year deal? And that's two totally different conversations. I get it. Okay? I get it. A lot of people feel strongly both either way. And I get that too. That's fair. Want to factor in play calling. None of these people want to do that. And that's the problem. And if I have to be that, so be it. Out of all of these guys. Now, I'm sure C3 has probably done it. I'm sure that Blitzball has done it because he's been on my stream. You know. But I'm talking about. I don't want to name names of other streamers. You know what I'm talking about. Those are the people from. Oh God, I don't want to see the name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about if you've been on their stream. About 4 or 5 of them. 4 or 5 of them. They will never address the play calling. They will never do it. I've been on those streams several times. Listen. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. At what point does that become a factor in your conversations? And we're throwing that out. The successes he had during that year, okay, we'll take that. Whatsoever. Toss that out. Year. Still trash coaching. Different system. Different players. Still trash system. So again, are you counting that one or are you not? In my opinion, this was before Dave Canales came in, right? His second year was before Dave Canales came in. Third year was Dave Canales, right? And then fourth year was Dave Canales. Alright, so second year, again, same thing as first year. We're crediting the successes. We're tossing out the crap that he's not gotten done. Because there's just no culture, no identity, no playbook that was worth even looking at. You know, so what's the point? Okay, he can throw the ball. Okay, he can do X, Y, Z, talent-wise. 2-minute drill, we knew he could do that. Second year, it was pretty much just like, okay, you knew he could do certain things, and then it was like, all right, but the rest is just like, we still need work. He still needs work. He needs a proper coach that can train him up. You know? That's Bryce Young's second year. Once he finally got the things he needed, the third year, he didn't have an offensive line. He had no protection, so yes, he took some sacks. About a fourth of it. I'll call it a fourth. Bryce Young, you know, in that respect. During the third year. A new account, okay? I'm calling we're on him. All of those interceptions, yes, those were on him. Because during first and second year. Third year, we actually had a offensive coordinator coach. Properly set up until the Giants game in London. With that playbook. And everything that we were trying to do. The offensive line didn't gel until Germany. So that's why we're celebrating every year that first Focus Friday, you know. And it's on that November what is it? Let me see. That first Focus Friday, right? Focus Friday stream. When did we celebrate that? We celebrated that. When did we celebrate that? I'm trying to find it. Was it? Okay. November 8th. November 8th. So that's why we celebrate that on November 8th. every year. The Focus Friday, right? So that's what we do. All right. So that being said, once we started winning games last year, in the second half of the last year, that's when you start officially counting and turning on the clock, for Bryce Young evaluations. You know, what does he still need to develop? He's showing a lot of potential here. In certain areas. Okay, cool. All right, what else do we need to do? That's really where you turn on the evaluation glasses and you say, okay, I'm not going to dispute that. But to my as far as my evaluation, it began in London. It officially began in London and in training camps. For me and preseason. But for half of that season, I just saw garbage offense, from the play calling perspective. So I can't, until we've got everything properly set up. Offensive line is set up. We're starting to run decent routes. We're starting to actually do something offensively. That's when you start the clock. And you say, okay, this is where I'm going to start evaluating you properly. Until I see consistency, I'm going to have to lean towards fifth year option. Consistency. I need, when this play calling is not wrestled out of his hands, and it is just every week, it is Bryce Young calling the plays, to where Dave Canales steps back, stays in his lane, and does what he's supposed to do. Same with Brad Isaac. Then we can officially say, okay, long-term contract or no. But I need to see that first. I need to see, put in the locker room, say to Dave Canales, this is my team now. Please. I need to see that happen, on the field each week. And I'll know is the moment that starts happening, we won't lose. We won't lose until we face the Eagles. Divisional title. Divisional round. I'll know for a fact that happened. If that's where we end up. That's the end of the road. I don't see it. If you look at this playoff run one more time. Divisional round. We could beat the Seahawks at home. Wild card. We can take this division. But that's as far as we go. After we beat Seattle in Charlotte, that's as far as we go. And that's okay. That is perfectly okay. I am happy with that. If we make it to the divisional round, I am absolutely ecstatic. Because that means we have exceeded our expectations. We have beaten the schedule. We have not let it beat us for once. and we have, in order to continuously win. I'm happy with this year. I am absolutely content with this year. If the Eagles is as far as we go, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. The Eagles in the divisional round. As long as we keep that game competitive and we put our best foot to football throughout that game, by all means. If we don't come away with the win, that's fine in Philadelphia. Fair enough to me. I'm not going to get mad at that. If we get blown out by the Eagles in that game, that's when I'm going to be blown out by a team like that in a playoff round. You know what I mean? And I will sound off a little bit on that. As far as like, don't lay an egg. You know what I mean? In a playoff game like that. You've got to put your best foot forward, full energy, play your best ball, and I'll accept that. You know what I mean? If we come up short, we had a great run. You know what I'm saying? And we took it further than we thought we were going to. You know what I mean? That's what my response is going to be. I'm going to be very, very thrilled with that. Like this is a lot further than we thought we would ever get this year. Let's be honest. How many people thought that we would get this far? How many people thought we would beat Green Bay, Dallas, and the Rams in 1 year? How many people thought that would happen when you started out this year? Just right out of the gate. Be honest. Name a single person. Except for the people that think that we're going to beat everybody and go to the Super Bowl or bust. Those types of mindset people. They think we can beat everybody when we have a trash team. But that's besides the point. I'm talking about like-minded people, smart people that understand football, that understand this team, like ourselves. How many people out of this group legitimately thought that we would end up beating these three teams? That have exceeded our expectations. I am very, very pleased. I'm very pleased. And we still have a little ways to go. We're not done yet. I'm very pleased with that. So if we continue this climb, I think we're going to find a lot of success. Alright. Some video games. But I think we covered everything. Do you guys have any opinions on Bryce Young? You guys got any opinions on Bryce? Are fifth year option or long term? What's your opinion? Anybody in chat, you are welcome to say something if you wish. If you don't, that's cool too. Hey, you can work too. Chill out and work. I love lurking on other people's channels too and having background noise too. Because now's the time to have these times. Because before that, it was just like, okay. Now it's time to get serious about it. You know what I mean? Now I'm listening to that. Because now it's time to figure out, are we... And we still haven't seen playoff Bryce Young yet, either. Keep that in mind. Brian could start balling out, man. He could be a very dangerous quarterback in the playoffs. You never know. We haven't seen him yet. So, do you want to table those conversations until maybe the end of the playoff run? Before we make a decision, guys? What do you think? I don't know. That way, all the conversations and everything can be, legitimately considered. You know what I mean? not be ready to make a full decision yet. Not until after the playoffs. Then I would make my call on that. As long as you do it before the deadline, of course. You know, we'll make sure it happens. But fifth year option, bare minimum. That's wants to chime in on that. We're gonna play some video games. Be right back.
dare I say it,
All right, ladies and gents, I am back, and I want to cover a couple of things. First of all, this is from Speakeasy, and they're talking about the Panthers, um, the reactions to the game against the Rams and whatnot, But sometimes I like to check out some of these reels and stuff, and just see what people are saying. Talking about Bryce Young, let's get it. There we go.
I don't think there's an NFC team. There's not an NFC team higher highs than the Carolina Panthers.
No. We just seen.
But not twice. Not twice. If they did it once, cool.
I just had a team.
Yep, fair point. Fair point. We did it twice.
Did we not? Acho, you ever seen the movie Happy Gilmore?
Of course.
The Dallas Cowboys accomplished this feat no less than a week ago. They beat the Eagles. They beat the Chiefs when it mattered most. The Panthers are not a scary team whatsoever. The only thing we know right now about the
Whoa! Stop! This man just said we're not a scary team. This man just said we're not a scary team. Hold up now. We're not a scary team, homie. Bro, we just beat the scorching hot Rams. What do you mean we're not a scary team? What do you mean, bro? We beat the Packers. We beat the Cowboys. We beat the Dolphins with Tua, I might add. And we swept the doggone Falcons, man. When was the last time we swept the Falcons? It's been a minute. It's been a minute, y'all. Before we could pull out the brooms in the NFC South, man. Oh, but. Oh, and we also beat Justin Fields, too. Who was hot at the time. Yeah, we lost to the Bills, but come on. Not a scary team? Excuse me? Nah. You want to try again, bro?
Carolina Panthers is that we know absolutely nothing about the Carolina Panthers.
That's true. Honestly, that's true. The media knows the app's going to give us the edge, going forward. It's that these teams know absolutely nothing about us. And that's the beautiful part.
The Carolina Panthers, 1 week, will go out there and get the doors blown off of them. They got blown out earlier this season by the Patriots, and then they come back and they beat the Rams. They make absolutely no sense whatsoever. I don't...
Bruh. Shout out to Speakeasy, man, for this video clip, man. Shout out to these guys. Shout out to these gentlemen. And I mean, he's not wrong. This team makes absolutely no sense. That is entertaining to me. I love it. Because if there's anything that sums up this season, it's this clip right here. That's beautiful. All right, we got a reaction of Steve Smith talking about Tedero and McMillan.
Panthers legend Steve Smith, are your in a number of years maybe knocking off the best team in football in the Los Angeles Rams and making Matthew Stafford not look like the Stafford we have seen of late in a defense that was definitely short-handed, but forcing turnovers, Bryce Young making big plays, running the football. We are 6-1. I mean, whew.
Whoa. 6-1 in one score games. 6. John, hear what this man just said. Whew. We scorching hot in that section. Ooh, 6-1.
Some big wins on that schedule so far this season. We got a lot to go through the course of what could happen, what needs to transpire. Do you want me to tell you the chances right now before we get started?
Ooh, tell me the chances.
Do you want the chances? Okay, we got to
tell me
buy.
the chances.
We got a bye, then we got the
winning
Saints.
that game. They should be.
They should beat the bye. Then they got the Saints, which they need. You cannot have a letdown out of the bye against the Saints. They already lost to the Saints this year. That has been a big emphasis.
It's at the Saints too.
Yes, yeah, that building gets rocking. Then you have 22% chance of making the postseason. 22? They beat the Saints. It jumps to 33%. Now, if they
22%, we got a 22% chance. That's all they're giving us. 22. That right there, 22%. Really? That's how little. That is how little they think about this team after we just beat the #1 team in the freaking NFL. 22%. A measly 22%. What a joke. To me.
Games in the division, they have a 99% chance of making the postseason. The Seahawks game.
Oh, if we beat all 3 division games, if we win all 3 division games, 99% chance. Like we didn't already know that.
Actually really doesn't even matter that much. It's beat the Bucks twice, right? That's essentially the Week 18 game could come down to everything.
I push back a little bit because you're forced to beat the Bucks twice. Mm-hmm. Now you have a Seattle Seahawks game in the middle who are extremely physical.
Very physical.
And if you can make it to the playoffs, most likely, win the division, so you have a home game. I was very surprised, not at the Panthers beating the Rams. I was surprised of how immediately. It wasn't some things happened and then momentum shifted. It was actually from by both teams. Offensive explosions by both teams. It kept you on the edge of your seat because you were or a team that doesn't really vibe with the Panthers. You're going, they're 6-6, going to make a mistake. And it was
exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking the entire game. I was like, when are we going to screw this up? Toe to toe for an entire 4 quarters like that before with this crew. All season. Name me a game where we have done that. Name me a game. That's exactly my freaking point, man. Except for Dallas. And I'll say Dallas doesn't really count because their defense was awful.
The reverse. The Carolina Panthers down some young talent, which means there's some younger talent that has to get back in there. Younger talent. And also he said something significant a second ago. He said, we got off to a good start off jump, yo. Like, it wasn't like second half, then we started scoring right out of the gate. That's something we have never done. That's something we have not done this year. Do y'all understand how significant that is? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden,
how do we replicate
I don't want to say
that?
they were nothing dropped off, but it does thing. Execution is the key. Avero, being a former coach, understands Sean McVay's offense. But just because you understand the offense doesn't mean that you're going to have this performance from the offense by the Carolina Panthers to be able to complete passes that all year long you've been shutting teams down, going down to the wire, right? You lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, but you were a play or two away from doing some really good missed opportunities, suspended punch. Well, all of a sudden they come into this Rams game, and Rico doesn't really have the explosive runs. And who does? Chuba Hubbard runs with a purpose. He catches a little screen pass out of the backfield flat, and all of a sudden hits on the Canadian Petro boosters and gets going. Don't know if you know, but he is a Canadian-born guy. And I joke with him, he calls gas.
This is something I wanted to point out too. Games, and this.
Yeah,
should call that play outstanding. It was a great design.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just thought it was good. And then defensively, people are talking about, the national media should be giving. He doesn't need. He knows him. Every offensive coordinator is game planning. Where is number 95? 100%. Is he in the A gap, B gap, or is sometimes he plays slanging, tossing, removing people out of the way to make. I'm not talking about DBs, or wide receivers, or running backs. I'm talking about he's getting double teamed, having his right hand on the tackle, left hand on the helmeting, and tossing one guy and making a tackle, collapsing the running back hole in ways you just don't normally see a D tackle at such a young age. He's not really old.
No.
Right? He's had some injuries, but he still has a lot of tread on the tire, man. And I'm just impressed with the way this defense is starting to come together, and then the absence of the Pro Bowl leading votes with J.C. Horns and gets him a pick as well. You know, just as a wide receiver, you just admire when dudes are just snagging.
Just back.
Such a good game. It was a surprising game. More than anything, is showing that Dan Morgan has, and everybody keeps now all this, Dan Morgan did a really good job, but a couple of weeks ago, y'all were, had him on skewers talking about he doesn't know what he's doing. So it's just really cool to see and unfold and watch this team.
That's this fan base, Steve. We're such flip-floppers. Half this fan base are such flip-floppers, man. Literally find me a Panthers YouTube channel as a guest. Find me one. Because fan base are flip-floppers. Y'all are so happy this week, and then y'all are like the lowest of lows. Happiest days, and then lowest of lows. Like y'all got the most emotional range. It's insane. Like, it's wild. I love y'all. I love all of y'all in this fan base. I do. In the entire fan. But we got to face facts, man. These fans in this fan base are on an emotional roller coaster. So we got. I will never understand why they are like this.
Really start to go the Atlanta Falcons, right? And then they go in overtime and beat the Atlanta Falcons. But then they get mollywopped and don't score hardly any points against the Buffalo Bills. And then a 3-point win against the Green Bay Packers in a way that no one saw, controlling that game and really keeping the Green Bay Packers out of sorts to the point of where people were starting to question, are the Green Bay Packers legitimate? Did acquiring Mike change the narrative when they play teams, especially when they win? How good is that Los Angeles Rams?
Right.
But you can say that was the most impressive win outside Atlanta Falcons Week 3 game where they won 30-0. No one saw that coming, and no one saw that the Los Angeles Rams would falter to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, because the Rams are, and I think we've said this, I think they're the best team in football. We've done episodes on them. We've done episodes on this offense. Make sure you always go back and check out those previous episodes we've done. We did one on Stafford and Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. So just subscribe, you'll get all the episodes. You'll know when they're coming. And that's why we knew how good this Rams team was,
Yeah.
Steve. When I look at this game, I think of Dave Canales, and I think of where he came from. When you watch this game and they ran the ball a ton, they controlled the clock in the second half. The Rams ran 3 plays in the third quarter. 3. Yeah. That's it. Then they hit on some chunk plays in the passing game when they needed them the most.
Yep.
And they created turnovers on defense. Whose exact formula is that? That is how Pete Carroll. That is how Pete Carroll plays football, right? And that is one of Dave's mentors.
Not in Vegas right now.
Well, yeah, that's how he wants. Now that's how he used to play football in Seattle. But that's what they used to do all the time. It's still the formula he swears by, and I think Dave too and coached under and learned a lot from.
Learned a lot.
But a lot. But I look at it and like this team it hinges, and I'm curious what happens moving forward. I'd like your take on it. Is
now I use Simply Safe. I got a new place and I'm sitting here. And I go back and forth. I'm always somewhere. No contracts. You can cancel at any time. But I love on the app, you can utilize and see everything that's going on. It's just not there to secure and have safe.
We're going to use them.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take out a guy who's balling to put in a guy to just make sure his feelings aren't hurt on the sideline. Right? But you also have to say, hey, sometimes some games, man, they just got you bottled up this game, and so we gotta give some guys other opportunities. That's the same thing in the pass game, where you're getting double teamed. They can't force the football to the wide receivers getting double teamed. They have to make other guys press this defense, and by pressing that defense, that allows the receiver who's getting double teamed, who isn't getting any passes, well, he gets to eat. Maybe not in this game, but it does help him in the next game because teams are going to go, okay, when last week they did this, they used this game plan, and that didn't equal success. They still lost. Well, we don't want to do that. Let's play a little bit more conservative. Let's not put all of our eggs in the basket of stopping or neutralizing one particular playmaker. Let's make sure that we can neutralize and brace for impact and minimize all of the playmakers on that team, where it's Chuba Hubbard, Rico Downs, T-Mac, who's playing really good football. I believe second in receptions, doing a really good job, running some excellent routes. Now, people have said and all that stuff. Look, when you look at this, the draft pick of getting T-Mac, my biggest complaint wasn't the player. It was the need for the Carolina Panthers at that time.
The team-building philosophy, essentially.
The philosophy, they did not need a wide receiver in comparison to they don't and still don't have consistently to create sacks and pressure on the quarterback. This is a team who's won a football game with 0 sacks. That is not a norm. Mm-hmm. And I'm not pointing out to be Debbie Downer. I'm pointing out to say that at some point you're gonna have to address your edge rushers, because with those edge rushers, that allows your young linebacker core to not also be blockers. Mm-hmm. And then the running back is scaving through, going on 50 or 40 and 30-yard runs like the Buffalo Bills. So you got to be careful and utilize. All I'm saying is now, absolutely it was. Look at the outcome.
Yeah.
You look at Xavier Legette. He hasn't really done everything that everybody expected. You heard him when he was drafted. Oh man, we really see him as that Deebo Samuels senior type of role. He's not Deebo. He's Xavier. Because they have physical attributes doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden going to translate, especially when a guy who, he has 17 or 1,200 yards his senior year. But until then, he didn't have anything. And subscribe. Go back episode. Still love him. Think he's a heck of a football player. Still learning. Mm-hmm. But I don't think you all of a sudden, just because a guy did it at the college level.
Facts, Steve. Facts. Big facts.
But staying on track, T-Mac is playing outstanding football. I can go on record. I was wrong. I thought that wasn't a good to this day. So kudos to Dave Canales and Dan Morgan for going against the grain and getting a playmaker. Now you got to get some playmakers on defense because the next couple of weeks you're going to get a high dosage of Bucky Irvin's back. You're going to get this run game from the Seattle Seahawks. So you're going to have all the guys on deck to stop this run because these teams, they don't give up on a run. They don't abandon it at all.
Yeah, both run. And by the way, Mike Evans is back at practice. Chris Godwin's back on the field. So
Chris Godwin's back.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Chris Godwin here on this show. I agree with you, Steve. And when I look at the T-Mac and I look at what Jalen Coker did in this game and I look at where they're at in the passing game, I'm kind of circling it back to like we are seeing an identity of this offense. And Sean McVay kind of put it perfectly after the game. He said, we were getting pushed back regularly. And this is a good defensive line in Los Angeles.
Great defensive
line. Very good defensive line. And he's like, we were getting pushed back. Running backs were constantly falling forward. We were sitting there in third and short over and over again as a defense. And what they do, stack the box, single high safety, and in those moments, then you will rely on making a throw when there's a little bit different coverage on the back end when the box is full. They have to be able to make those throws to throw teams out of just putting everyone in there and finding ways to be a little bit more adaptable as an offense. And you saw Dave Canales take those hits. I mean, 4th and 2, 4th and 3, what were they? 2 touchdowns, and they find ways to go downfield in them. Yeah. By the way, I wanted to mention that as it pertains to you as a receiver. On the throw that they had to on the 4th down one to T-Mac, it seemed like he threw him open, if that makes sense. When he was coming across the field and the corner looks like he tries to undercut it a little bit and he layers it over the corner. I thought that was a really good throw, honestly.
It was great. It was great ball placement. And the wide receiver, T-Mac, did a really good job of keeping the integrity of the route, the angle, not bowing back, not going too high. It was picture perfect. It is the way you draw it up on the paper, and he did it to a T, and the throw was layered and spot on, and so it just made it a beautiful throw.
Yeah, it really was. I thought it was like when I watched it, I gotta ask Steve about this throw. So layered was the thing that came into my mind.
It was layered, but it also has to do with the wide receiver needs to do his job, and T-Mac did his job excellent. Set up the route, kept the integrity, kept the right angle, and that's a teaching tape, right? To do when they say run to the area, this is where the area you're supposed to be, and a quarterback should be throwing it. When you watch practice, a lot of times in training camp they have these big old nets that with three little pockets that they're practicing, or they have trash can where they're trying to hit it in a trash can. So it's having that touch, right? Making sure that you are in tune with having that touch, because we've seen a lot of quarterbacks, they get excited when it's fancy. So, and then stepping through and having good footwork, and it was picture perfect.
Yeah, and you know what? He was protected well on some of these.
He
throws.
was.
He really was.
Surprisingly, and I say surprisingly.
I didn't predict it. You know, obviously.
I was surprised just because the Rams bring pressure. They get after the quarterback really well, and to be able for Bryce to be able to sit back in pistol and shotgun formation and really do a good job and not seem rattled, and that was very surprising.
Yeah, it was very surprising. Hopefully optimistic. The other one I got to ask you before we go is Jalen more involved. What have you seen from Coker lately as they want to try to get him some more targets and some more balls?
Well, you have to get him some targets because teams are going to guys need to beat us. T-Mac makes a great third down catch as well. So you got all these guys that's making this catch. Coker has, he's not fast, but he knows how to run routes. He knows how to utilize his body. And if you go back and look at the interview, he was stating, he said, hey, I knew I had to get the angle and I had to use my body to create separation. That's a young man who knows exactly who he is and how to get open with the tools that he has. Sometimes people talk about someone's lack of speed. Mm-hmm. It's not about the lack of speed. It's do you know what to do with what you have? And Coker knows exactly. He has never been a speedster, but what he is a hell of a route runner. The biggest plays that stood out to me wasn't against Dartmouth. Wasn't when you go back and look. He ran a curl route versus a very active, handsy corner, and he ran that route to perfection. And that tells me a lot because you don't really get that type of route running from a young guy in college, especially a guy at Holy Cross. But you got to give credit where it's due, and he's out since the beginning and only will continue to get better.
Yeah, and you love curl routes, so.
Yeah, exactly.
I absolutely agree with him. But yeah, I wanted to cover that because that was important. Let's do this one.
Listen, they got done in by two LA guys. Bryce Young, Dave Canales.
Yeah. I haven't really seen the Carolina Panthers play.
But they're playing pretty well.
But their record suggests that you might want to start paying attention to them a little bit. Yeah. The Carolina Panthers beat the Cowboys. The Carolina Panthers beat the Packers, and then they came back at home and they beat the
6, currently holding the second spot in the NFC South, just a single game behind the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And look, I know what you're thinking. The Carolina Panthers, after their dismal 5-12 season, that's a massive success. But when you look at the numbers, you see the contradiction. This success is happening in spite of a fairly mediocre offense, not because of it. For 13 weeks...
Mediocre offense? What do you mean? A fairly mediocre offense? Hold up. Nah. This is not a fairly mediocre offense. We just put up 31 points against the Rams. Excuse me? No. Try again.
We've watched quarterback Bryce Young live through a statistical purgatory. He's been hot, he's been cold, and the conversation around him has been a relentless, painful cycle of doubt. But here's the thing, if you actually watched Week 13, you'd know that for all the ups and downs, the Panthers have a quarterback.
That depends on who you ask. That depends on who you ask about Bryce Young. That literally depends on that. Anyway.
Quarterback who refuses to lose. They just went into a desperate fight against the 9-3 LA Rams, a team widely considered to be the #1 seed in the NFC, and they won 31-28. It wasn't always perfect, it wasn't always clean, but what it was clutch. This season is not about dominant statistics, it's about a team winning on grit, a ferocious defense, and this team might be to understand the 2025 season, you have to remember the crucible that was 2024. Bryce Young started his rookie season terribly, and in 2024, he started the seed of hope for the 2025 season. The expectations were raised after that. The team invested heavily on defense and added offensive pieces. And the narrative was simple. This was Bryce Young's team now. Through 13 games, Young's stat line, 63.4 completion, 1,337 passing yards, 18 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions, tells the story of a median quarterback. But the team met the skepticism lives. The Panthers 5th in touchdowns per game. Young's passing stats have been kind of feasted the Atlanta Falcons. Yet, he's also had multiple...
So you're telling me that we're still ranked towards the bottom of the league? How? How? There's no way. We just put up 31 against the Rams. How? Like, what ranking system are you looking at, dude?
Games under 180 yards. He's also had an issue with fumbling the football, which has been a concern his entire career.
Has he though this year? Has he? How many fumbles does this dude have? All right, let's count him up. Hold up. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Now, I need his full stats. He literally has 2 fumbles this year. He literally only has 2 fumbles this year. What do you mean he has a fumbling issue? What are you talking? Bro, no. 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 You want to try again? Look up the stats and all this other stuff. Okay, look up the stats before you start bumbling and fumbling on talking about whatever type of nonsense you talking right now in this video, bro. Like, do your actual homework on this dude, man. Not what ESPN tells you is the freaking box score, bro. Actually do your homework on this dude.
The team's success has created a bit of a paradox. The Panthers are winning games, but the offense is losing the statistical battle.
This video is a paradox.
This is the core tension of their season, and it sets the stage for the true hero of this 2025 campaign, the defense. The single biggest change in Carolina is the defense.
No. This video is a paradox. And you over here talking about, oh, these are the good things that the Panthers are doing, but here's also the bad things that the Panthers are doing. You know, and like, spitting out some garbage stats. Come on, man. You try to act like Bryce Young has a fumbling problem. No, he doesn't. No, he does not. I'm sorry, no. Stop spitting out a bunch of garbage, man. Talk some sense, man.
Defense, which has transformed from a bottom 5 unit in 2024 to a surprisingly respectable middle-of-the-pack force in 2025. This resurgence is not accidental, it's a direct result of key personnel investments and the return to health of their star. The philosophy...
See, now there's the positive talk. There's the positive talk reinforcement. And then he's going to say something negative.
Philosophy is simple: win the line of scrimmage and create versatility in the secondary. The proof is in the rankings. They're 16th in opponents' points per game, 18th.
There it is. There it is. There it is, y'all. There it is. 16th in opposing points per game, 18th in opposing yards per game, 20th in opposing points per play, 20th in opposing play average. Opposing third down conversions, 29th. Opposing fourth down conversion percentage, 26th. I need y'all to understand those 2 numbers right there. Those 2 numbers right there. That's what we got to work on. Hey, Nick Scott, where you at, bro? You're part of that 20th ranked. You're a big part of that 20th rank. All right. Opposing red zone scoring percentage, 14th in the league. Opposing touchdowns in the game, 2.6. That's 19th in the league. Let's continue.
In opponents' yards per game and 19th in opponents' touchdowns per game. Three key players symbolize this shift. Derek Brown, the defensive tackle, is the engine of the resurgence. Finally healthy and playing at an elite level, he has demanded double teams and been the anchor against the run. His dominance in the interior has freed up the rest of the units. Then there's Trevon Moehrig. The free agent safety acquisition has been a complete revelation. Moehrig is the quintessential Swiss Army knife for the secondary, providing versatility by lining up deep, in the box, or even as a slot defender. His football IQ and willingness to play downhill has tightened up the intermediate passing game and shored up the run defense, a problem that has been going on for years. Then there's Nick Scorton. Defensive edge rusher has provided some much-needed pass rush juice off the edge, line to stay fresh and finish games. This defense gives the Panthers something they haven't had for a while: margin for error. It allows Bryce Young and the offense to operate knowing that if they have to punt, the defense is not going to surrender a touchdown immediately. The defense keeps them in the fight, which allows Young to do what he does best: win when it matters most.
And McMillan is
The entire dichotomy of the Panthers season came to a head in Week 13 against the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams were the #1 seed in the NFC. Their offense was dominant, scoring at will, and their defense was one of the feistiest and stingiest in the entire league. This was proving ground for Bryce Young. And Bryce Young did not just survive, he flourished when it mattered most. The game started off as a bit of a defensive battle, but the Panthers kept fighting, largely thanks to their aggressive defense, including a Mike Jackson pick six that broke Matthew Stafford's NFL record streak and kept the game close.
Jackson gets the block to take it home.
But when the Rams took the lead in the fourth quarter, the pressure was on Bryce to deliver the knockout blow. And Young finished the game incredibly efficient, 15 of 20 for 206 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 0 picks, posting a career-high 147.1 passer rating. The defining characteristic of the game was Young's ability to convert critical fourth downs. 2 of his 3 touchdowns came on fourth down, demonstrating an extraordinary poise under duress. Facing one of the toughest defenses in the league down late in the
Extraordinary poise in duress. I want y'all to think about that line for just a minute. How many times has the defense on any given team blitzed us? And now we have found a way around it. I mean, I just wanted to point that out. Man.
Game, Young marched the offense down the field. At 6'4", McMillan brings the size, length, and contested catchability that the Panthers receiving core needed, and he has quickly became Young's preferred target in high-leverage situations. McMillan, the Panthers' first-round pick, is a legitimate star in the making. He has already broken over 800 receiving yards in his rookie season and is proving to be the ideal safety blanket for Bryce. The game-winning touchdown was the result of Young trusting to win on fourth down. Speaks years old, used that drive to become the youngest player in NFL history to record 11 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter or overtime, surpassing reigning league MVP Josh Allen. This stat, the 11 game-winning drives, is the statistical antidote to the low yards per game and points per game ranking. Young may not be the elite passer for every single quarter, but he is proving to be an elite competitor and an elite closer. His ability to stay cool under pressure is the intangible skill that is translating into the Panthers' league-leading record in one-score games. The Carolina Panthers' 2025 season is a testament to the fact that team success is a
right there. What a line. Hold up. Let me go back. Let me hear that again.
2025 season is a testament to the fact that team success is a journey, not a singular.
It's a journey. It's a journey, y'all.
Statistical destination. The defense,
not a statistical destination. It's a journey.
Shrunk opponent to a tough physical challenge. The defense, despite its struggles in volume, has found an explosive playmaker in Tetairoa McMillan and a freaking clutch finisher in Bryce Young. This is the definition of a roller coaster season. Bryce Young may throw for 180 yards one week and 448 the next, but the team keeps finding ways to win. They don't have the statistical dominance of other playoff contenders, but they possess the two qualities that matter most in December football: They're gritty on defense, and their quarterback is composed in the fourth quarter. The Panthers are 7-6 and only a game behind the Buccaneers for the division lead. And with 2 future matchups ahead for them, this is going to be massive games for both these teams to see who wins the division. Their season is within their control, and their future is no longer about potential. It's about realizing Messi, but Bryce Young is finding his footing when the lights are the brightest. Below, and make sure to hit the like and subscribe button.
Listen, they got done in by 2.
I'll say chat. I'll say yeah. I say we get to the playoffs, man. Let's see y'all, chat. Come on. Pope. He says Pitt's strange or one PPR thing. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, you trying to get me to react to videos? Hold up. Is that what you trying to get me to do? I'm not understanding. I'm sorry, I just now saw that comment, so I don't know. I don't know what you meant by that. I'm going to give my man a thumbs up for that. But, you know, he was on some BS on that video, though. Talking about some, we got a fumbling problem. Come on, man. Bryce Young does not have a fumbling problem. He had 2 fumbles this year. He had 2 fumbles last year, and he had 2 fumbles his rookie year. Okay, so does that mean it's a fumbling problem if it's just 2 per year, and he's only lost 3 of those? Come on, dog. Because we haven't had a decent O-line until this year. The end of, before that point, the O-line was garbage. It was so inconsistent. It was like playing musical chairs and hoping to God you got a seat left. That's where it was. But a fumbling problem? Nah, dog. Not make a fumbling problem. I'm sorry, no. Man, for real. Metro. All right. So you from the Metro? I mean, if you liked it, hit the like button, you know, and sub to him. But piss me off. The NFL owes the Panthers an apology.
Hey gentlemen, welcome back to the What is going on? This team is insane. Bryce Young is insane. 15 of 20, 206 passing, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, and most importantly, an upset against the old #1 team in the NFC in the Los Angeles Rams.
This team is I have a clue. This is unreal. This is crazy. Dude. Look at the talent we got on this team. Tell me that you did not at least see half of this coming. Come on, dog. Tell me you didn't at least see half of this stuff. We got too much talent for that jump, man. For people to not know. Y'all trying to act like you don't have a clue who's on. You should not be doing this. This is not normal. Bruh. Y'all make me laugh, bro. Y'all make me laugh with this stuff.
7-6, 2 games left against Tampa. You guys are hitting your bye. We got a lot to get into in this video, and I'm so happy for you guys because it's like 1 week you beat my Packers, and I'm like, I'm 3rd and 8. It's going to be a growing trend. Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers off it. We got to
do things to do when needed. This dude, I can't do it. I can't do it. His voice has got on my nerves. I'm sorry, y'all. I was trying to give you some love, man. I was trying to do it. Bro, we put the league on notice, though. We did, though. Man, shout out Unnecessary Bluntness, man. They live right now. Uck's live right now. Ocho Cinco. Here's the
Hello,
video
it's your favorite sports unk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, the upset of the day, the Rams entered the game with the NFC's best record, but drops now the team that has the NFC's best record, the Chicago Bears, who hold the tiebreaker in the conference. The Rams are still a game. So right now, it's the Bears, the Rams, the Eagles, the Bucks, Seahawks, Pack, and the 49ers. The Lions are currently out of the playoffs if the playoffs were to start today. Turnover was what did him in. He threw a pick. They're going to have your table set up for 6.
Ocho about to go in.
There's a difference in the ball game. He was 18 of 28, 243, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, a strip sack.
Look at him. He's ready.
That was allowed.
He's
Whoa,
ready.
whoa. I'm talking a little bit. Hey, Chad.
Go ahead.
Bryce Young, the Carolina Panthers that I said would be the dark horse and the team to watch this season will surprise everybody. Bryce Young today, he was 15 for 20. 3 TDs, 206 yards. Hubbard, 17 carries for 93. Jalen Coker, way to make your presence felt today, boy. Every week is somebody different. He was 4 for he had 4 for 74 with a TD. Hey.
143 on a touchdown. Chuba Hubbard, 2 for 41 on a touchdown.
What I told you about them Panthers, huh? Everybody laughed at me in August. I remember the date, August 25th, if I'm not mistaken. August 25th. I told y'all, I understood what the Panthers were doing when I already knew coming next year, that momentum, that confidence that Bryce had after he got benched, it was going to carry over into the following year, including with the weapons. They going to be the goddamn team to watch and the team to beat. I enjoy it. And I'm going to say it again, like I said way back then. Y'all boys keep pounding. Keep on pounding.
Yes, sir. Ocho. Ocho, we love you over here, bro. We love you here. Ocho, you were the man, bro. You the man. You the man. Thank you so much for the support, man. For real. Thank you so much for the support of the Panthers, man. Thank you. Oh man, it's an honor.
I'm not even gonna curse.
You remember the game that he out? Who did he play? Was it the Falcons? That he went to the Falcons? He threw for 400 yards. 454 yards. Y'all keep saying it's one game, but right now he's they're 7-6.
Wait, who said it was one game?
They won the same number of games. They won the same number of games as the Detroit Lions. They won one more game than the Cowboys, and they beat the Cowboys. So what are we saying?
Somebody in the chat talking slick.
We won the same number of games as the freaking Lions. We won the same number of games. What did I tell you? What did I say? What did I say? I told y'all we on the formula of the Detroit Lions. I told you. I told y'all.
Y'all better do your homework. Do your homework now.
Facts.
Come on, man.
Look, Brian Forbes Jr. For the Rams, you owe your team, bro.
Emmanuel?
You owe your
Emmanuel
team.
Forbes?
Brian, I think Forbes Jr. for the Rams.
The DB.
Forbes Jr.
Yeah, that's Emmanuel Forbes.
He Ocho down, touchdown, fourth down, touchdown. You can't give him touchdowns on fourth down.
Damn.
You can't. I mean, I thought it was rerun just in that truck on what's happening now.
But the chat ain't gonna know that reference.
They don't know rerun.
Ain't nobody old enough. Ain't nobody in the chat old enough.
Well, they got a chance to win that division.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not only they,
because they have the same number of wins as Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they get Tampa again. So they could easily win that division.
Yes,
and
we can.
I think people are overlooking the Panthers this year. They're winning games. Man, what the hell?
Go ahead, Elgato.
Can you still hear me though?
I hear you.
I don't know why people are overlooking the Panthers. Maybe because they've been bad in the past, so they're not giving them the respect, their due respect, because of who they are. But when you break it down in perspective on the number of wins they've had, in where they same records as the Cowboys, they just don't have the hype behind. They don't have the hype train behind them. So the only people that are talking about them are those that are actually Carolina Panther fans.
Right.
But at the end of the day, when you bring everything to light as a whole, they're just as good with a chance to win their goddamn division.
Right.
They must be. They got to be on there coming on their bye week this week. They got 13 games already played, so they got to be on coming on the bye week with the 49ers or something.
How the hell they gonna? God damn. I played this many games. I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I'm with Ocho on that.
I said I wouldn't want no bye week this late.
You want to keep playing?
Yeah.
I want my week off.
Man, we playing too well to take a week off. Forget that. The bye week, they should have their bye week 6, week 7.
Tell them, Ocho.
That's a lot of games to play throughout. I mean, just think if you had, like you said, if you had your bye week 3, week 4, week 5, and now you got to.
No, I said.
No, you know what, Ocho? Get refreshed, get your mind recharged. Yeah. Hey, you got a week off. Watch the kids. You and old lady dip. That ain't what I did, but I'm saying that's what y'all should do. We wasn't getting no week off though, man. We got Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Had to be back Monday.
Yep. Same.
Yeah. We ain't getting no time off like that. But no, Carolina's playing good. They ran the ball 40 times for 164 yards. Chuba Hubbard was running extremely hard today. Rico Dowdle, 18 for 58. Didn't have a big time day, but when the Rams tried to get the ball back, they're like, nah, we ain't gonna get back to you. Stop us if you can, and they couldn't. But like you said, Ocho, the team that you said, the Chicago Bears, they're the number 1 seed, and the Carolina Panthers have an absolute chance to win their division and make the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
Bills beat the Pittsburgh Steelers by the score of 26-7. Aaron Rodgers, playing with a cast to protect the fractured left wrist, completed just 10 of 21 attempts, 117 yards. His third.
That's it. That'll be all. That's all I need to hear. Bruh. They both believe in us, man. They both believe in us. Shannon both believe in us. Ocho understands what we're doing. And this man's on our side, man. Oh yeah. Dude. Ever since he came into the league. You know, he's a wild one, man. I loved watching him play in a Bengals uniform, man. It's just Ocho's the man. You know, like that dude is the. So, man, it feels good to have him in the fan base. It really does. And this man is vouching for us. Oh, snap. Bruh. This team's about to do some special stuff, man. I'm trying to tell you, it's about to do some special stuff. And it all starts with this man right here. It all starts with this man right here. Yeah, y'all. Everybody want to doubt. Everybody want to throw smoke at Bryce Young. You know, when he's not doing well. But when he is doing well, I don't see none of y'all haters coming up. I don't see none of y'all. Oh, he's too small. He can't see over the line. Oh, he can't see over the line. I can't see. I can't see over the line. Okay. Please explain that 448 yards against the Falcons then. Please explain that pass to Coker. Please explain that pass to Tedero McMillan then. Oh, but I can't see over the line. Shut up. All them damn haters, shut up. You know how tired of that line I am, bro? Y'all gotta stop that. Oh, backpack on. Oh, he's got his little backpack on. He's ready for school. He's ready for school. Oh. He's ready. Yeah. Where y'all at? Same energy. Keep the same energy you had when we played the Saints. Keep that same energy. Where y'all at? Quit hating on this dude, man. Quit hating on him. Yeah, y'all some trash flip-flopping fans, bro. I'm trying to say. I'm trying to let y'all know right now. We're better than that. The rest of us are better than that. It's only y'all. The majority of us have seen the light, and we understand that this dude is going to be our quarterback for the future. Now, I didn't say franchise. I said he is our quarterback right now. And we have all accepted that. Get with the program, y'all. Because y'all are the only ones. Y'all are the only ones. And then when he wins, y'all just saying nothing. Y'all ain't saying a single word. Y'all quiet as a bunch of ghosts in a graveyard. Uh-huh. What y'all say about him today? What y'all say about him now? Oh. The fact that he can't see over the line? No, we're not doing that anymore. Not when he just beat the Rams. He just beat the best team in the league. Get humbled. Get humbled. Eat some crow. Y'all better quit, man. Y'all better quit playing. Young haters, say it. Say it. Say it. Are going to the playoffs with Bryce Young. Backpack. They can't see over the line. Yep. We're going to the playoffs with this dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm done with these people, man. Honestly, y'all never say anything until we start losing. Y'all never say a single word. And you know what? Half of that ain't even calling the plays. Because Dave Canales wants to take over that spot. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's apparently Bryce's fault. Please explain to me how. Please explain to me how that's Bryce's fault. You know? When the route running is so trash that you can't even get a wide receiver open. Please explain that to me. Exactly. I don't want to hear nothing from these haters. I don't want to hear those comments no more after this man makes the playoffs. No more. Yeah, y'all better quit. I don't want to hear nothing from these Saints fans when we beat the Saints off the break. I don't want to hear nothing. Saints fans talking all that trash like, oh yeah, we beat y'all. We beat y'all. Shut up. Let's Who else did you beat? Oh, I'm sorry. The Eagles? You got lucky? You got lucky? Who else did you beat? Nobody? 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 Come on, Saints fans. Of your sorry garbage team. And you know what? For the first time in 10 years, I finally get to talk trash. Time in 10 years. They talked all that trash about our team for 10 years. All that garbage we had to endure. It's our turn now. Get for me. Because I ain't got nothing to say to these teams. All these people. I mean, what else do you want? What else do you want from me? I'm supposed to give you a cookie for something you're supposed to actually be doing, which is not losing to us. But okay, yep, we're a trash team, right? We're a garbage franchise, right? We're a terrible team, right? Wrong. Sorry, thanks for playing. You get nothing. You get nothing, sir. Thanks for playing. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it when they think this team is trash and we beat their team. Oh, y'all just salty, man. y'all just mad beat your team. And we put y'all in a spot where, are the Packers actually contenders now? You know, why did the Falcons not fire Raheem Morris? Oh, we gotta fire this coach. We gotta fire that. These people should have been fired. What you mean? These people should have been fired. Bro, you should have fired Raheem Morris last year. What do you mean? Hey, you salty about the fact that we beat y'all. I got no Falcons fans, Matt. For real. God, I love y'all. Y'all are entertaining for me right now. Y'all are so entertaining. I know exactly what we need to do. Hold up. Where that junk at? Where that junk at? Oh, this is about to be funny as heck. Oh. Where that junk at? Where that? Where that junk at? Did I not? I guess I didn't cover it. Shout out to Tom Grossi, by the way, too. Love the fact that he's doing what he's doing right now. I don't see it. I ain't here. I don't know. I don't know, brother. I don't hear. I'm gonna find it. Hold up. Right here. This is a Falcons fan right here. Dude got so mad. Hold on.
Use code C-Daddy when you making your...
Catch the fucking ball! Bitch! This nigga Darnell.
Alright, so language coming up, alright? Language coming up. This dude we gotta do that one too. Oh god, yeah.
Mooney's ass, bro. That nigga fell off. That nigga Mooney fell off. Man, I'm about to crash out on this bitch ass nigga.
And it will be third down.
This nigga done fell off. Goodness gracious, you could catch for Kirk Cousins, but you cannot catch for Penix. You fucking racist ass, raccoon ass nigga! Catch the fucking ball! Bitch ass nigga! We should have left your ass in Chicago and ride! You fucking bitch! You fucking suck! Damn, you fucking suck! You should have left that bum ass in Chicago! You not catching ass bitch! You fucking suck every fucking week! You little skinny! I'm tired of your punk ass! Oh, now I got a cut on my lip.
I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Oh my god, bro. These crash outs are amazing.
I can't even see it. I got a cut on my hand. Thanks to Darnell. I got a cut on my hand. Thanks to Darnell fucking Mooney.
3 exactly, and Bryce Young scanning. And
expected us to get a stop. Oh, you know what? I'm not crashing out today. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens, happens. This is literally our only chance. This is literally our last chance. If we cannot beat our division, if we cannot win our divisional games for the rest of the year, we're not making a to get this.
Young giving some ground.
I knew it. Told you. Just seen something he like. Oh my gosh. Bro, this shit. I should have stayed asleep. I should have stayed my black ass asleep.
Young keeps it, slings it into traffic right at the goal line, and McMillan is in. It's a touchdown, Carolina.
Am I surprised? No. Do I give a fuck? No. I'm just disappointed.
This is an area. Robinson falls off the play action. Penix down the middle. Drake London. His first grab.
Good pass, Drake. Penix.
Predictable. And wide open. Inside.
Damn. Y'all leave them wide open like that? We about to finally soon.
It's Robinson.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He just broke through 2 niggas at once. Bryce Young is absolutely dog shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about.
That quarterback you just talking about, he just whooped your butt. He just whooped your Falcons' butt. Ah, God, it's funny.
My gosh, of course it's a play action. Oh.
He's been so a gadget play guy. Play action, Dowdle with a nice pickup of the blitz. And Young gets it away for Coker. It's a first down. Man, Rico Dowdle made that happen.
Dowdle with a great pickup. It's a downfield shot we've been asking.
You gotta get off the field, bro.
6. Clean pocket for Young. Another deep shot down the left side.
Like, damn, bro. 35 getting cooked. 35 is getting cooked. Who the fuck is 35? Show yourself. Name yourself. You're getting your ass fucked up, man. You just gave up 100 yards in one drive.
This way.
This nigga's ass. Brooks, your ass. I don't know who you are, but your ass. Thank you. Thank you, James. Let's go.
Relentless guard. A little bit short. Brooks picks it up.
Brooks! What the? You a fucking waste of sperm! Get this bum ass nigga off my team! Damn, you are ass, man! It's one nigga fucking up the whole entire game. One bum ass nigga. Bro, this nigga should have been left in a fucking condom, man. That loose ass football, man. This nigga is ass. Bro, get this nigga off the squad, bro. Get him off the squad. He can't play DB. He cannot hold the ball. That loose ass football. This nigga is shitty.
He's so bad. Out of empty. Bryce Young climbing the pocket on that ankle. He drops it off over the middle and has a wide open lead gap.
This shit is ridiculous, bro. 2nd and 16. We just give up 20 yards.
Down on the tailback.
Oh my God. Oh my
Bryce
God.
Young
This is bad.
on the roll. He pumps.
Oh my gosh, Caden Ellis is a dog. Caden Ellis, you're a dog for that. I thought for sure he got it. I thought for sure he got it. Good pass, boy. Oh yeah, Penix. Oh yeah.
This one even closer.
I mean, tell you what.
The boy snuck it in there. We got overtime. We have overtime like every Sunday, y'all.
It's your call. Heads is the call. It is heads. You want to kick this way. All right.
Fuck.
Down here to start the overtime period. All right, thank you.
Man, they know to give us the ball first too, bro.
It's like he knew. It's like he.
Kurt, please. Just anything but, at this point, anything but a 3 and out, bro. Anything but a 3 and out. Run pass. Our blockers behind the line of scrimmage, but B. John's taking off. Let's go.
First down, but a marker down at the 25.
No.
Someone's too far downfield anytime you see a flag.
Bro, I'm back. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And that's one player downfield on a forward pass.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Fuck it, bro. Fuck it. Fuck. Don't do anything with the ball. And Zach Robinson's still going to have his job. And I'm going to continue not to wear my Falcon jersey because it's going to be the same shit every fucking week.
He gets it away, and that is near the ground. Hodge could not reel it in. Lewis, the left guard. Bryce Young rips it this side. It's caught by Trevor, who turns it.
Yo, you can't make this shit up, y'all. You can't make this shit up. I'm done. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not doing another live reaction the rest of the year. I'm done. I'm done. I'm 100% done. I'll react to the highlights, but I'm not watching this full shit no more. I'm just not. I'd rather not. Season. Get every last nigga off my fucking coaching staff. Literally, get everybody going. Everybody. Fire besides the defensive coordinator. Fire the head coach. Fire the security. Fire the innocent people working in the concession stands. I'm just joking. I'm joking on that. But fire Zach Robinson, fire Raheem Morris. I'm not reacting live anymore. I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not reacting live anymore. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, and I would not put on a Falcons jersey to Zach Robinson off my team. Like I've been saying, nigga, we scored what, 6 points in the second half? Raheem Morris, get your bitch ass out Atlanta. Zach Robinson, get your bitch ass out Atlanta. Our season's over. We have no chance of coming back. We traded our pick, but I'm cool with our pick because James Pierce is actually good at the sport. If James Pierce wasn't good, we'll be. At least James Pierce is good. We don't have no pick. Our season's over. I'm not.
Raheem Morris, I want you fired. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done. I'm done with this team. I'm done with the city. I'm done with this coach. I want you gone. Overtime again, and Bryce Young is the reincarnation of Michael Vick and Tom Brady, all mashed into one. Penix, he's hurt. Kirk comes in, does absolutely nothing for the team. Meanwhile, he's one of the highest paid, and we can't trade him because this stupid franchise paid him all this money to be trash. And we lose again because of incompetent coaching. Our defense forgets that they were just number one in the entire league a few weeks ago. They just forgot. They just forgot. There's something going on with this organization. If Raheem Morris still has a job by this time tomorrow, I promise you, if I was Arthur Blank, I would have left my stupid $20,000 pent freaking whatever thing I'm in watching the game. I would have came down there and I would have given Raheem Morris his freaking walking papers right there. I get to that locker room. I'm stopping him before he gets in there. In fact, I'm punching him in his face. If I was the leader of this team, I promise you, I can assure you with all of my heart, he would get a pink slip and I will wrap it around my head and I would knock his ass out. Because I'm tired of it. I'm unbelievably tired of it.
Bro, we as Panthers
every
fans
single
know
week,
your pain, bro.
y'all find a new way to be trash. Right now, the video has over 200,000 views on TikTok of me begging for Raheem Morris to be fired. I want him fired last year on the team. Why? 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 The Atlanta Falcons, by my standards, are the worst football team in the entire league. I don't care about records. I don't care about, you say the Jets, the Browns, whoever you want to talk about, the Saints, too. Everyone is better than we are. Everybody. Because this culture will always be the detriment of this team. Every single year, y'all do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Yep. Where does that
and the only thing Raheem Morris is going to do is get on that mic and say, we got to win those. Oh, no, we did it. I promise you, if he was on that podium, I would have wrapped the pink slip around my hand. I want this entire team to understand how trash they are. I wish I could walk up to almost every person, because the only two people, like most weeks, the only two people are Bijan Robinson and Drake London. I want them to request a release. We don't deserve to have Drake London players, and they're on our team, and there's nothing to show for it. I can't get mad at Bijan late in the game not being able to run down the field. All they know how to do is run left and right every single play. Because Raheem Morris is an idiot. There has to be something, I don't know, to understand.
Bro, we know your pain, bro. We know your
There's no reason why I know every single time. When it was the fourth quarter and we were up, the Falcons, falconing like usual. I was like, they're going to blow the lead. We're either going to lose in regulation or we're going to lose in overtime. The crowd starts cheering, we ready, we ready for y'all. No, you're not. Atlanta Falcons fans, if you were at that game, stop singing that song. We're never ready. We've never been ready for anyone. Ever. Stop singing that stupid ass song. We ready. Shut up. I have a song you can sing. I want you to sing this from the beginning to the end of the game. Win, loss, or draw. We are the trash. We are the Falcons. We are the team that wants to blow our lead every damn year. It's a choice that we have to support this dumbass team. It's true, the Falcons are going to be trash, and we go, yeah! It's not good for my brain. It's not good for my heart. It's not good for my vocal cords. It's not good for anything. It's not good for anything or anybody.
That, bro.
And coaches that I've ever seen in the history, in the entire history of this entire franchise. And every single year is just the same bad result over and over and over again. And no one has the brain, the heart, the pride to do anything about it. There is no reason why our offensive coordinator, our defensive coordinator, and our head coach should have jobs by this time tomorrow. But the way this Falcons organization is going to go, they're going to just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait until we lose these players. And nothing ever happens. And us as Falcons fans, we have to sit here we haven't made the playoffs in years. This is why in the beginning of the year, no one...
Bro, we even made the playoffs before you guys did.
One gave us respect because everyone knows what the Falcons do. If it's in the game, the Falcons are going to blow a lead no matter what happens. If they're blowing the lead in the division, blow a lead in the game. The point the Falcons are winning, you can put your money on the fact that they're going to blow it. Raheem Morris, I want you gone. I want you gone. And in honor of my viral video, I'm going to spend the last few seconds of this video saying the same thing that I said last week. Because without a doubt, Raheem Morris, I want you going. Now! 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 Now!
Somebody clip that and make that into an EDM
Not tomorrow.
meme.
Now! Not the next day. Now! Not next week. Not next month. Not next year. Now! Go! And never come back! Now!
Oh my God.
Pack your things up and leave this city for the rest of your life! Go now! I hate you! And I think I can speak for the entirety of the city of Atlanta when I say we all hate you. Go. Pack your things up and never come back again. Find another team to be trash with and leave us the hell alone.
Oh my God, these crash outs are great. Oh man. That was amazing.
Now! 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 Today! 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 Today! Now! 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 order against Raheem Morris.
I can't even think straight.
I sincerely hope Raheem's burnt. I hope his mac and cheese sucked. There's no food. I hope there was no food at his table. I hope Raheem Morris I hope he was hungry for 24 hours and had to wait until Black Friday to eat his burnt, trash-ass dinner. Because he doesn't deserve it. Half this football team doesn't deserve anything. Why do What else do I have? What do I have to do to stop this? What do I have to do to release myself from this prison? What do I have to do? What do I have to do? What is it? Is it the fans? Is it the crowd? Is it the field? What is it? I want this entire team to see what just happened. Masterclass. Both teams trying to figure out which part of the booty they want to be. And again, we lost to the worst team in the So Arthur Blank, anyone who has some power in this front office, bring Raheem Morris into your office, sit him down on a chair, look at him in his ugly eyes. You say these 3 words. You are fired. And then if he looks around and talks about, oh, do you mean next week? Do you mean next month? Do you mean next season? Tell him to stand up, sit him back down, and then say, no, Raheem, you're not fired next week. You're not fired tomorrow. You're not fired next month, next season. Raheem, now! That's when you are fired. Now, today. That's when the fucking fired. That's when you're fired, you idiot. I hate you. I hate this entire team. I never want to wear that hat. I can't do this. I can't do this. Someone's going to have to do something before I do it. Someone's going to have to do something before I do it.
Oh my God.
If I do something, I'm going to do it. If I do something, I'm going to do it. If I do something, I'm going to do it. If I do something, I'm going to do it.
This dude is not okay. God.
I'm going to put it on.
He's so
Let me
mad.
put it on. Because I want everyone who sees this video to know where this is coming from. Me, the Falcons fan in Atlanta. This is coming from them. I'm not the kind of person that likes to speak for others, but right now I think I'm about to. Because this intent away to never is, I don't care. Nobody cares. Because the whole group of you are the most incompetent men and women and humans and people that I've ever seen in the entire history of my existence. In my 25 years, I've never seen a coalition of people that were so bad at doing the one thing they are paid $1 million to do. I've never seen a group of people who have no idea how to be competent in one specific area that they get paid millions of dollars to do.
You haven't seen Matt Rule's crew then. That's all I'm going to say. Dude, good riddance to Matt Rule. He was so freaking garbage. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on Matt Rule. Don't even get me started. You want to talk about an incompetent coach that's come through Carolina? Yeah, Matt Rule. Dude, I was like, I don't even understand. What I was... That I almost had to take... This is unhealthy. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do this. It was so bad. Like, Matt Rule... Bro, we were the worst team in 4 different freaking American sports. You don't know what horrible is until you get to that point, Atlanta. You don't know how that feels. So, yeah. Bro, we understand your pain. We do. We 100% get it, bro. Oh my God. Just 3 short years ago, we were... this team was so bad for freaking 10 years. And then he shows up and just... Like, there were times where I was just like, no, I can't do this. And then I was like, yeah, I can. I have to, because the fan base is stuck by me. We've got 600 members, that are family. I can't go throughout this year without doing at least some videos or some channels. I mean, Matt Rule is 0-7 against major teams in college football. 0-7. How are you a Nebraska keg? How are you 0-7 against major teams in NCAA football? How are you that trash? You think Raheem Morris is that trash? No. Try hiring Matt Rule. I am so glad that dude is gone. I am so glad we have washed our hands clean of Matt Rule. We have washed our hands clean of him. He's gone. Like, I literally needed to put my hand in a bucket of sanitizer just to get that filth off my hands of Matt Rule during that season. That's how horrible it was. That was funny, though. Oh, God, that was funny.
You're not getting paid a minimum wage like the fans are. A lot of fans have a 9 to 5 or a 4 to 10 or whatever kind of job they have. 9 times out of 10, they're not making the money that you are, Raheem Morris. Half the time, we're not making the money that you are, Raheem Morris. But guess what? I can grab myself being as bitch man as you are. And I promise you, if Raheem even parts his lips to go on that post-game conference and say he has to find a way, I promise I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way. And when I find a way, I'm gonna find a way. If I ever saw Raheem Morris, I'm doing him WWE style. I'm doing him WWE style. Straight up. Unprotected chair shot. I'm doing him WWE style. I'm WWE style. It's straight like this. I'm not unprotected chair shot. Right? Smack him. I'm not. As soon as I see him, I don't care. I don't care if he leaves the Falcons. I do not care. If I see Raheem Morris, I promise you, I'm going straight Monday Night Raw. Hana. I'm going hana. That's what I'm doing. Cause what are you? Raheem.
I'm done, bro. better than any video games.
What am I doing all this for? What's the purpose of what's happening at this current moment in my life? What am I doing in my life right now? What is this? What is this? What is this like matrix that I'm stuck in?
Yep.
What is it?
Yep. I feel that, bro.
Why me? Why us? The head coach of mine. I want you fired. There's no reason why you should make it as still as the Atlanta Falcons head coach tomorrow. Tomorrow! There's no reason for it. Oh! I don't care about the X's and O's. I don't care about the world, a football team. All you have to run the ball sideways. Run forward. There's nothing trick about you. You guys just suck. You don't have the room to be doing all these cool plays. All of you suck. You're trash. All of you. Combined. Combined to make one grouping of garbage. And Raheem Morris is the leader of you. So he must go away forever. Order against Raheem Morris, so he can never. I just want him. I hate you. People in the comment section, oh, hate's a strong word. I don't care. Look at me. I don't care. Are you looking at me? I do not care. I hate him. I don't care. He's trash, and he needs to go today. Now! 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 Now!
Oh my god.
Now!
Oh my god.
Now. Not tomorrow. Now. Not next week. Now. I don't have anything left. I don't have anything left. I don't. I have nothing left. They've took everything from me.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised.
Oh my god, dude. Oh god. We weren't that far off from being where that dude is right there. So we appreciate y'all, man. Button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post balls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding fans. On the intro, like the one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first. Ty, T-A-I, Lindara. For in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding fast bowl league. Go check out Monster Sub Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Get yourself a tasty sub. Tell him we sent you. He'll hook you up. You got to pay for your own food, of course. We do prayer requests and well wishes, good energy requests as well during these streams. So please do ask for that, and we'll make that happen for you. Do make sure to check out other streamers. 20 C3, Blitzball Champ, my buddy, under our umbrella of streamers, and of course some of the others as well. Pat Coltrane. Oh shoot, I can't even think right now. PMP. Who else? You know, but spread the love. Spread the love. But we'll see you guys soon. It's a bye week, but enjoy yourselves. We'll probably be doing a live stream reaction on let's see what games we got on Sunday. What we got on Sunday? 14th. Let's see. No. I might react to that Buccaneers game. I doubt it. Yeah. Bears and Packers. Bears and Packers at 4:30. We're gonna react to that. All right. Thank you guys for the support. Appreciate you guys very, very much. As always. Stay happy, healthy, and well. You already know. We'll see you guys soon. In the meantime, each other. And as always, peace.